How's it going, creeps? Welcome back to tonight's Friday Night Creepshow. So tonight we are going to be playing none other than House on Haunted Hill from 1959. And we're going to be playing a special bonus short film for you guys from the YouTube channel Gorgazma. So we're going to be running that short film at the beginning of tonight's Friday Night Creepshow. And what's up, Frank? How the heck are you doing? Can you guys hear me all right out there? I've been running around crazy trying to get this stream going on time. I just got back from Long Legs and had to drive about 30 minutes from the theater back home. So trying to catch my breath. Been running around crazy trying to get everything ready for this. But yeah, just got out of Long Legs. Interesting thoughts on that film. What's up, Edgar? How you doing? Long Legs, man. It's if you really want to know, man, we could talk about it, but if not, you know. Oh yeah, it was 7:45. I thought it was 7:15 showtime. 7:45, and yeah, it was wild trying to get back and make sure I got this stream up and going. But really, really stoked to make the review on Long Legs, and I think I'm kind of coming off as a hater on the channel lately. But that's one thing here at Cinema Creep. You will always get honest opinions. I'm not ever gonna sugarcoat, a movie. If you're out there watching, feel free to say hey in the chat. Tonight I plan on doing a merch giveaway if I could figure out how to do it. In the chat. Let me see if I can fire that up real quick. Let's see here. But like I said, tonight we're going to be watching House on Haunted Hill from 1959. This is one of my all-time favorite horror movies. I would like to say it's in my top 10, but I like so many damn movies that it may be in my top 15. But if you've never seen the original, it is phenomenal with Vincent Price. Love it so much. And then we are going to be watching, before we watch House on Haunted Hill, we're going to be watching a short film from, like I said, a YouTube channel called Gorgazma. And this movie, the short film Gorgazma, I think it's called Panic Pizza Party, sort of is jumping up in views on YouTube, and it was just in my recommended feed, and I thought it'd be something really cool for us to watch together for the first time. I haven't seen it, but the thumbnail for it is super gnarly. Let me see. What did I think of which did I enjoy more, Long Legs or Maxine? So I gotta say, man, it's really two totally different films. But I enjoyed Maxine more. Hey, what's up, Hentoy? Going to watch Hell House Lake of Fire with his wife tonight. Awesome, man. Let me know how that is. I am a fan. Is that part of the Hell House LLC movies? Because if so, I like the first two. I never started. I haven't watched through all of them, but I know they have a new one coming out. I think Hell House Lineage that I need to see. I don't know if I'm doing this merch thing right. Let me click a few things over here on my end. And if I'm not, then we'll find another way to do this. Let me see here. Let me make sure I don't have this screen share going. I got to put in some credit card stuff here so I can buy this merch shirt so you guys can click on it. Give me 1 second. Bear with me. What's up, Flop? How are you doing tonight? 634. All right. So, Long Legs. If you go into that movie, I'm not going to give you guys any spoilers, but if you go into that movie thinking you're going to watch a horror movie, you're going to be disappointed. So I'll just say that. If you're going into it thinking you're going to watch a movie like Zodiac or a movie like Seven or Silence of the Lambs, then that will prepare you more mentally for it. But don't be expecting, you know, a horror movie, because it's anything but. And if you're wondering, you do get to see Nicolas Cage a lot in the film, right? So like, it's not something where they're gonna not show him like they do in the trailer. They show him a lot. And I was kind of hoping that all right, so check that out. You see that little thing in the comments over there in the chat where it says use !raffle. Do that to enter the raffle. And this is for the Cursed Tape shirt. So if you're not familiar with that is, it is one of our t-shirts here for the channel. And we're going to give away a t-shirt, and we are going to give away either another shirt or the Cinema Creep coffee cup. So if you want to win that, all you got to do is for the next 10 minutes throw !raffle and it picks somebody at random. So good luck on that. So let's go ahead, let's hop over here to IMDb. We're going to talk a little bit about House on Haunted Hill, and then we are going to go ahead and watch this short film and get this thing kicked off. All right, so check this out. So House on Haunted Hill, you guys know 1999, there was a remake. That remake, it could be one of those guilty pleasure movies. It's not the greatest film in the world. But like I said, it does not compete to the House on Haunted Hill from 1959. It will not be signed merch. It gets fulfilled by Streamlabs. But if you want me to sign you something, man, drop your address in my thing, and I'll send you something cool. I can come up with something to send. I could send you a VHS tape. How gnarly would that be? I want to do a VHS tape giveaway. That would be sick. I don't know what tape I'd want to give away, though. I tell you guys what. So the next time when we go from... So right now, let me back up. I want to shout out Frank. And I want to shout out Edgar. They are our two patrons for the Cinema Creep Patreon. So if you're interested in that, you'll see throughout the chat, you'll see the cloud bot throwing the Patreon link in there. But once we get that to 3 patrons, we'll do a VHS giveaway, and I'll probably do a stack. I'll do 3 VHSs to a random person on one of next week's stream. So check out the Patreon if you're not a member and see if it's something that interests you. With that, I don't know if Frank and Edgar saw, but they should have seen that the Maxine movie review video is already up on the Patreon over there. So if you're interested in that, one of the big things about Patreon is you're going to get like exclusive videos. You get discounted merch, 10% for the entire time, and you also get like advanced screenings for the videos that are going to be on the YouTube channel. All right, so enough about that. VHS tape giveaway would be really gnarly, and I'll just pull, I don't know, 3 tapes out of my personal collection at random and give those away. All right, so House on Haunted Hill from 1959, right? If you've never seen this, this is a treat. It is black and white. It's not a silent film like Nosferatu was last week. But there is a colorized version. I'm not sure which version I have booted up. There is a colorized version, but originally in black and white. Hour and 15 minutes long, so it hits that sweet spot for me. And The synopsis is a millionaire offers $10,000 to five people who agree to be locked in a large, spooky, rented house overnight with him and his wife. So $10,000 in 1959 was a crap load of money. It still is, but in 1959 that was like, you know, $100,000 or something like that. It was a good bit of money. So definitely worth it in 1959. So yeah, so me too, Edgar. Love old black and white horror movies. They are the pivotal movies that not just everything was inspired by, but they just, me and Frank have talked about this on the stream a lot in the past. Um they have a lot of good atmosphere, and they have, a lot of really cool set design, so this one is no shortage of that. Has anybody in the chat seen this movie? Frank, Hentoy, Flop, Edgar. Oh yeah, Universal monster movies, man, like the Hammer films, Frankenstein, Dracula. Even when you start getting to like the crazy ones, like Frankenstein's daughter, or even like Wolfman, the Mummy. Um, all of those, fantastic. Oh yeah, so you've seen this. This movie has one of the greatest scenes in all, horror cinema history, when the skeleton comes across, I can't remember the lady's name, in the basement, and she falls into the vat of acid. So this was directed by William Castle. So if you don't know William Castle, he did some stuff back in the day, some horror stuff, producer on Rosemary's Baby, director of Homicidal from 1961, Lady from Shanghai. He did those type of movies where they were sort of thriller, very Hitchcockian type of whodunit type of movies. That was William Castle. So he was a pretty gnarly guy for his time period. Writer Rob White. I don't know anything about Rob White, to be honest with you. Look, he wrote 13 Ghosts in 2001. So a lot of people tell me how much they love this movie. It's a cool movie, and I watched it in the early 2000s, but I've never really like gone back and watched it, I don't know, over the last 4 or 5 years. I remember it being cool, but I really probably need to go back and get into 13 Ghosts. But it's pretty gnarly that he was writing all the way from the 50s all the way up to 2001, and it looks like into 2014. So um, I guess that was just work derived from one of his stories, because he died in 1990, lived to be 81 years old. So I love to see somebody, though, that has a horror career that spans that long. Uh, Mad Max Fury Road in black and white was super cool. Oh, they put that in theaters like that? Was that like a special run thing that they did? Because that's pretty freaking gnarly. I hadn't heard of that. Thirteen Ghosts, Matthew Lillard. Oh, you saw it streaming? Yeah, you can't go wrong with anything Vincent Price has done. Um, love Vincent Price. Like they said, he is the main character in this, Frederick Lauren, and honestly, I love the fact that they have the skeleton in this, and he has a credit on IMDb as skeleton. Let's see what else they have him in. How sick would it be if he was like, oh, look, they have pictures from Army of Darkness? Oh, that's funny. The Lost Skeleton of Cadavra, Sin Immortal. How sick would it be if they had like literally every skeleton like movie and he was just cast as the skeleton? Black and chrome. That's still pretty. That's sick. I would like to see that. Big fan of black and white stuff. Obviously, you know, we've talked about The Lighthouse and being a modern movie that was shot in black and white. Um, Damn, there was something else recently that was shot in black and white. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, I love black and white stuff. I love black and white photography. Um, yeah, one of my favorite actors, Skeleton. You know, like you remember he was every skeleton in Army of Darkness. He played every role. All right, so I want to go ahead. I want to hop into this short film right here that I was talking about. So this is the bonus for the night right here. Have not watched it yet. This is called Pizza Panic Party. It's a horror short film by a YouTube channel called Gorgazma. So these guys right here, I reached out to them, asked them if I could show this short film on this stream, and they said, yeah, go for it. So that's how you spell it. Put that in YouTube, and the YouTube will come up. They're a brand new YouTube, so I expect some really gnarly things from them. I just know that the thumbnail for this short film looks sick, and I was like, we got to watch this. I don't have a real skeleton in the house, but I have probably about 10 Halloween plastic skeletons up in my attic. But if I could get a real one, I'd be all about it. All right, guys, check this out, and feel free to chat it up, and let me know what you think about this. This is only 9 minutes long, so we'll after this film, we'll stop and talk about it.
Way cooler.
Hey guys, pizza's here.
It's about time. I'm starving to death over here, Margot.
Maybe you wouldn't be so hungry if you spent your money on food instead of cancer sticks. The smell makes me want to Ralph.
Eat me, Tracy.
Guys, stop it. That's enough. Let's eat.
Save for the pizza.
So hungry.
Does that say die like the rest?
No, I think they meant to spell dine, like D-I-N-E.
Where did you get this from?
Pizza place, duh. It's just some new joint in town. Brett said it was red.
Here we go.
Ew. Gag me with a spoon. Mushrooms and olives? Are you kidding me?
Pick them off or pay for your own pizza next time.
Margot, don't be like that. She can't help it if she was raised by picky-eating bimbo apes from planet Fuckwad.
I'm sorry that mushrooms are totally disgusting and pepperoni isn't. Okay, bitch?
I'm sorry, what did you call me?
Jeanette.
Ooh, I'm so scared.
Is that better, sweetie?
Don't be drama. Let's move on. What do you guys want to do tonight anyway?
We could play a game. I have Twister.
Lame.
Okay. We could watch a movie. My dad rented A Nightmare on Elm Street.
Lame. I've seen it too many times. Freddy sure is dreamy though.
Oh, what? He's a child killer.
Yeah, but that sweater, that fedora.
That clock.
Hey!
Oh my god. Guys, what's this?
A brain sucker.
And what's it doing?
Starving.
Okay. You guys are so weird. Get your Freddy fucking fingers off my hair and turn the music back on.
Fine. Going. Party pooper.
You okay, Margo? Margo. Margo.
Hey, are you okay?
You're acting like a spaz.
My head.
Margo. Margo, are you okay?
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh my god! Whoa, what the hell was that for, Margo?
Seriously, what's your damage?
I saw it coming on the pizza.
It's totally the mushrooms and olives. I told you they were bogus.
Are you on drugs? Are you on drugs?
It's coke, isn't it?
Oh my god, what the hell?
Something is in me. I can't stop it.
Holy shit, Margo, we're gonna get you some help.
No, leave. It wants me to hurt you. I know what it's thinking.
Marco, stop it! You're scaring us!
Get out!
Oh, what the hell?
Margo, your head is literally split open. Margo, we gotta get you to a hospital like now. Margo, please. We're your friends. Please don't hurt us. Jeanette, get out. Help us.
Oh, that's fucking gnarly.
You look like shit, Margo.
Stop it! Jeanette, come here, hurry. What the hell is going on? What the fuck is happening? Wait, no, cry later.
Oh, that's sick.
They hit it! I'm totally getting out of here! Oh, shit! Fuck, you big fucking cat! Quick, somebody help me! Dragon, just hold on!
She said, let me do it.
Alright, it's getting away! This is for Sandra, you brain-sucking fuck. What the fuck just happened?
Oh, man. That was gnarly.
Looking in the mirror, no reflection. Searching for a pulse, no detection. Trying to find a sign that I exist at all. Memory of you, a flash of lightning, a dark and empty house can feel so.
All right. So, so what I saw you guys chatting in the comments, but or in the chat section. What was your thoughts on that? That was sick for like a little 10-minute, 9-minute horror short film. So that was Gorgazma, I guess is the name of the YouTube channel, and obviously you can see the credits, or you saw the credits. Highly recommend you guys going and subscribing over there, because I think that they're gonna just start doing a lot of horror shorts, or maybe collecting, sort of like Alter TV does on YouTube. Yeah, the quality, man, was really good. First and foremost, I noticed how good the audio quality was. Whoever did the audio, hands down, did an absolute amazing job. I think they let me see here. Let me go to their YouTube channel. I think they have a short that shows some behind the scenes. So yeah, the one-liners, right? Sick. Yeah, that pizza talking was ridiculous. I knew automatically, like, okay, well, they're going to show a slice of pizza talking. I know that it was going to take a left turn into the type of horror that I love, where it's just like, okay, now we're in Evil Dead. We're in Sam Raimi territory now, right? Like, we have left reality, and here we are, and gore is about to ensue, right? So love that. That was awesome. And man, I need a crew of people like this so I can continue on my horror filmmaking career. Damn, that's awesome. I loved every bit of that. So Gorgazma, awesome job. You guys doing your damn thing. So like I said, if you go over to their YouTube channel, they don't have much up there yet, but I'll show it to you guys real quick. This is all that's there. They've got just this one video, and this has already got uploaded 3 weeks ago, over 130,000 views off of one video. So that's pretty gnarly. And then they've got this short here, which shows some BTS.
Lights? Tilt.
Margaret, are you okay? What the fuck? Oh my god! Your head is literally split open! Margot, we gotta get you to a hospital.
So you guys notice right off the bat, though, like, practical effects, right? And practical effects that were really, really cool, you know? And really, really well done. And even the acting, right, was solid. And it's really hard to find actors and put them in a script like that and it come off as fun and authentic without it seeming annoying and without it seeming like just too over the top and faked, right? Like a girl's slumber party, and that just felt authentic. Yeah, the girl turning over in the bed was sick. How the camera turned with her, and yeah, how split open head girl and followed her head as she looked down. Yeah, and I had at least one gorgasm during that. If you give me a couple minutes, I can have another one. But I think that special effects work, everything all around, just a talented group of people. So definitely looking to see what their next upload's going to be. Hang on, I am trying to see. I'm looking at this. All right, so looks like Flopper, Boom Squad Gaming, got the shirt. So sick for him. I am going to do another giveaway here before the stream is over, so watch out for that in the comments. I assume you click through, Brandon, and it will hook you up with whatever it is that you got going on there. Like I said, I've also got... Let me see what else we got here. I'll let you guys choose. We can either do a Cinema Creep coffee cup or another Cinema Creep shirt. One of the new Cinema Creep shirts. So the ones that say vile, disgusting, downright terrifying. You guys let me know if you want me to give away another shirt or a coffee cup. Let me know in the chat. And then we'll do that here once we get this next film rolling. So it is a completely randomized picker. All you do, like I said, is you put raffle in the chat like you guys did, and then it picks at random. So I don't pick the winner to keep it nice and fair for everybody. All right, so Frank says coffee cup. What does everybody else think? Coffee cup? Okay, I'll tell you guys what. We will do... midway point of House on Haunted Hill, we'll start running the second giveaway.
The ghosts are moving tonight, restless, hungry.
So this is the colorized version.
I'm Watson Pritchard. In just a minute, I'll show you the only really haunted house in the world. Since it was built a century ago, 7 people, including my brother, have been murdered in it. Since then, I've owned the house. I've only spent one night there, and when they found me in the morning, I was almost dead.
I'm Frederick Lauren, and I've rented the house on Haunted Hill tonight so that my wife can give a party. A haunted house party. She's so amusing. There'll be food and drink and ghosts, and perhaps even a few murders. You're all invited. If any of you will spend the next 12 hours in this house, I'll give you each $10,000, or your next of kin in case you don't survive. Ah, but here come our other guests. It was my wife's idea to have our guests come in funeral cars. She's so amusing. Her sense of humor is, shall we say, original. I dreamed up the hearse. It's empty now, but after a night in the house on Haunted Hill, who knows? This is Lance Schroeder, a test pilot, so no doubt a brave man. But don't you think you can be much braver if you're paid for it? And I happen to know that Lance needs the $10,000 I'll give him, if he's brave enough to stay all night. This is Ruth Bridges. You've no doubt read her column in the newspapers. She says her reason for coming to the party is to write a feature article on ghosts. She's also desperate for money, gambles. You've already met Watson Pritchard, a man living in mortal fear of a house, and yet he is risking his life to spend another night here. I wonder why. He says for money. This is Dr. David Trent, a psychiatrist. He claims that my ghost will help his work on hysteria. But don't you see a little touch of greed there around the mouth and eyes? This is Nora Manning. I picked her from the thousands of people who
Yeah, if
work
the
for
stream
me
is
because
lagging
she
a little
needed the
bit, I'm
10,000 more
exiting
than
out of some
most.
programs, so
Supports
just
her whole
bear with me,
family.
gentlemen.
Isn't she pretty? The party's starting now,
It should settle now.
and you have until midnight to find the house on Haunted Hill.
The stream smooth out a little bit now.
Well, where is everybody?
It isn't a very warm welcome, is it?
Only the ghosts in this house are glad we're here.
Are we all strangers to each other? Don't you two know each other?
I'm afraid I don't even know your name.
I'm Nora Manning.
Lance Schroeder.
Is Frederick Lauren a friend of yours?
I've heard of him, but I've never met him.
I work for one of his companies, but I've never seen him.
I've never met the man either. Just a phone call. Do you know him?
No,
Well, then you're the only one of us who does.
I don't know him. All the details about renting the house were done by mail.
He's quite wealthy, isn't he?
Millions.
And 5 wives, I believe.
4, I think, so far.
A $50,000 party for only 5 people is a little steep, even for a millionaire.
Well, if I were going to haunt anybody, this would certainly be the house I'd do it in.
A better banking app is right at your fingertips. Download Dave, and you could get up to 500.
All right, so this is obviously going to be on Tubi, so we're going to deal with some of these ads. Like I said, that's just the nature of the beast, so just bear with me through these ads, and they're normally not that long, so yeah, if you haven't seen Poltergeist, go check out Poltergeist, because there's a curse that surrounds that film because they used live skeletons and a lot of bad stuff started happening. So go check it out. Highly recommend it. 1 and 2 is pretty decent, but The Curse, it has its own like conspiracy theories and stuff surrounding it. It's really, really interesting to learn about. Come on, Tubi, why are you going to play so many ads? All right, so I thought we were playing the black and white version of this. If you guys are cool watching the colorized version, then obviously that's what we'll continue to stream. But if you guys are super against it, I can find the black and white version as well. Just let me know in the chat. Halfway through this movie, we'll do the giveaway for the coffee cup. Just be looking in the chat for it. And you do the same thing. Exclamation point raffle. All right, here we go. Back to it. What's up, Renee? How you doing?
This thing's made of solid steel.
Annabelle, our guests are here, and fortunately still alive. Is your face on yet?
I love these two
Dirt
together.
everywhere, and the water barely trickles. Couldn't you have had the place cleaned?
Atmosphere, darling. You know how ghosts are. They never tidy up. And that's a very fetching outfit, but hardly suitable for a party.
I'm not going to the party.
The spend-the-night ghost party was your idea, remember? Since it's going to cost me $50,000, I want you to have fun.
The party was my idea until you invited all the guests. Why all these strangers? Why none of our friends?
Friends? Do we have any friends?
No, your jealousy took care of that.
I had a reason for inviting each guest. I wanted kind of a cross-section. From psychiatrist to typist, and from drunk to jet pilot. They share one thing. They all need money. Now let's see if they're brave enough to earn it.
And you call this a party?
Could be.
Why do you always do that? It spoils the champagne.
It might explode.
Never does.
Would you guarantee that?
That isn't funny, Frederick.
Make a good headline. Playboy kills wife with champagne cork. Will you join me?
No, thank you.
Just a sip might improve your humor.
My humor is fine, thanks. And I haven't poisoned it.
It's always good to know that. Have some. You'll enjoy the party more. Go on.
Your trust is so touching. And I'm not going to the party.
Of all my wives, you're the least agreeable.
But still alive.
Would you go away for $1 million, tax-free? You want it all, don't you?
I deserve it all. Your jealousy isn't tax-free. Your possessiveness is maddening.
If ever a man had grounds for divorce,
But can't prove them.
the time will come. You'll slip up one of these days,
Think so?
if I live long enough. You remember the fun we had when you poisoned me?
Something you ate, the doctor said.
Yes, arsenic on the rocks. Annabelle, you'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. I hear that hanging is very uncomfortable, in case you get any more ideas. Now, don't let the ghosts and the ghouls disturb you, darling.
Darling, the only ghoul in the house is you.
And don't sit up all night thinking of ways to get rid of me. It makes wrinkles.
This is what she used on my brother and her sister. Hacked them to pieces. We found parts of the bodies all over the house, in places you wouldn't think. The funny thing is the heads have never been found. Hands and feet and things like that. But no heads.
The wife, probably in a rage, threatened her husband with a knife and then, carried away by hysteria, took a swing at him and simply went on from there.
She certainly went on. How many people did she kill, Mr. Pritchard?
Only two. Her husband and her sister. No one else was here.
So there are two loose heads just floating around in here somewhere?
You can hear them at night. They whisper to each other and then cry.
Since our host isn't here, would anyone care to mix me a drink?
Certainly. What will you have?
Good evening. I'm your host, Frederick Lauren. Since we're all strangers to each other, let's get acquainted with a drink, shall we?
Mr. Lauren, I advise you to call this party off now. The ghosts are already moving, and that's a bad sign.
Let me apologize for my wife. She'll join us later. What do you have?
Scotch and.
Doctor?
I'll have the same.
Now, before the party begins, let's go over the details. The caretakers will leave at midnight, locking us in here until they come back in the morning. Once the door is locked, there's no way out. The windows have bars that a jail would be proud of, and the only door to the outside locks like a vault. There's no electricity, no phone, no one within miles, so no way to call for help.
Like a coffin.
So if any of you decide not to stay for the party, you must let me know before midnight. Of course, if you leave, I shan't be able to pay you anything.
I'm interested in your reasons for this, party. Aside from the pleasant company.
Ghosts, Doctor. I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost. And now my wife has given us all the opportunity to find out.
Amusing. Ghosts, etc., being only creations of hysteria, your party should be a success.
Well, Pritchard here promises us genuine ghosts.
7 now. Maybe more before morning.
That's cheerful.
4 men have been murdered in this house. And 3 women.
You planned your party very well, Mr. Lauren. 4 of us are men, 3 are women. Well, a ghost for everybody.
Well, Pritchard, why don't you take us on a tour through the house and let's see what happens, huh?
See that stain? Blood. A young girl was killed here. And whatever got her wasn't human. Don't stand there.
What do you mean? Where?
It's too late. They've marked you.
Ridiculous. The roof probably leaks.
Oh, that must be what it is. Who would want to haunt me?
I would say any self-respecting male ghost.
I hope it doesn't come back.
Well, Mr. Pritchard, you're the life of the party.
He hasn't even started yet. Wasn't there a man who threw his wife into a wine vat or something?
That was in the cellar. There's been a murder almost every place in this house. And all this belonged to a Mr. Norton, who didn't die here. He was electrocuted later. Mr. Norton did a good deal of experimenting with wines, but his wife didn't think it was any good. So he filled the vat with acid and threw her in. She was supposed to stay down, but the bones came up. It's a funny thing, but none of the murders here were just ordinary. Just shooting or stabbing. They've all been sort of wild, violent, and different. Look out! Thank God she didn't fall in.
You mean there's still acid in there?
Destroys everything with hair and flesh. Just leaves the bones.
I love that stuff too
My,
much.
it's dry
So
and dusty
goofy.
down here.
Well, there's a cure for that upstairs. Come on.
You don't get any ideas, Frank.
How'd you get invited to this party? No. No, go on. I mean, what did he tell you?
Mr. Lawrence said everybody'd get $10,000.
But he didn't say anything about being locked in.
No.
He just made a deal with me on the phone, but nothing about having to stay.
Aren't you going to stay?
If I don't, I lose $10,000.
I'm going to stay too. $10,000.
Yeah. You believe in ghosts?
I don't know.
Well, I agree with what that doc says. You can spook yourself. I've done it in planes. Seen things that weren't really there. Or were they? What are you going to do with your $10,000? If we get it.
What do you mean if we get it? Won't he pay us if we stay?
Ah, sure he will. 10,000 is no more to him than a nickel is to us.
We were in an automobile accident. Now I'm the only one in the family who can make any money.
Boy, I've never seen so many doors. Closet. Bottles.
Does it go anywhere? Lance! Lance!
mean.
Please, come on.
Did she say Lance is gone? Gone where?
We'll have to break it down. It's locked.
Locked? You all right? Nothing that money won't cure. I must have bumped my head.
And the only way you could bump your head in here is to run head on into the wall. You didn't do that, did you? Let's get a bandage on that.
I wonder why they did.
Hi, what's your name? This is our new friend.
All right, so the special effects or practical effects, whatever you want to call it, for this time, I love them. The stupid little rat skeleton, you know, that's clearly plastic that they throw in the vat of acid is just fantastic. I love everything about this time period in horror cinema. It is just so campy and so corny, but it has so much charm to me.
They?
Need some atmosphere.
Nora, when you came in, you said something about a ghost.
There was something.
What did it look like?
Well, it was wearing a black thing that went all the way to the floor.
Weren't you a little frightened at the time?
Well, yes.
That, Mr. Loren, is hysteria.
Well, then, Doctor, how do you explain what happened to Lance? Was that hysteria, too?
You better get that checked in a day or so.
Thanks, Doc.
Got the fog machine going.
Wait for me in the hall.
The ghosts are coming closer, Mr. Loren.
You really believe in your pet ghost, don't you, Pritchard?
Before the night's over, you will, too.
Would you like a drink, Lance?
No, thanks.
I'd like one. Scotch and. Mr. Loren, are you really going to pay anyone who stays all night?
Certainly. $10,000.
Will there be much red tape or delay?
In a hurry, dear?
Frankly, yes. Or frantically.
Jaime, I don't know why the bot called you out like that.
There you are, my dear.
I'm cool with long messages. Retype that. I just turned that off.
Someone or something was in here when I came in. But where? And if the door was locked, how did it get out? What you saw might have been a ghost, Nora, but what was in here with me was no ghost.
I don't know. I was so scared.
Does that sound different to you?
Yes.
Three, 6, 9, 12. 12 feet. Three, 6. Now, I'm going to knock on the other wall. When you hear me, you knock on this wall. Tap lower down. Where'd it come from?
From in here.
What if it ran out of here? I'd have seen it.
Lance, it doesn't run, it just floats.
Yeah, but why didn't I see it?
You don't believe me.
How can I?
I'm Annabelle Lauren. You must be Miss Manning. I realize this is a very unusual and I'm afraid very dull party. Wouldn't you like to freshen up? This is your room. Depressing, isn't it?
I doubt if I'll spend much time here.
It's going to rain. Perfect atmosphere for my husband's party. Why did you come here?
He said he'd give me $10,000.
Why did he pick you?
I don't know. My supervisor just came and said I'd been invited.
How long have you known my husband?
I just met him tonight.
So? Why you? What were you doing wandering around by yourself?
Well, I was in the cellar with Lance, Mr. Schroeder, and I just left, that's all.
Don't do it again. Don't go anywhere in this house by yourself. Now fix your face and I'll come by for you in a few minutes.
But
You're in danger. We all are.
But who?
I hope for your sake you never find out. I'm Annabelle Lauren. Were you looking for something?
Not exactly.
Are you the doctor?
No, I'm Lance Schroeder.
The pilot. You've hurt yourself.
Oh, it's just a bump on the head. Which is my room?
I believe this is it.
Thank you, Mrs. Lauren.
Annabelle Lance. You were with the young girl in the cellar. Why was she so upset?
Was she?
And you don't look like the type to go around bumping his head. What really happened, Lance?
Well, Nora thought she saw a ghost, but I didn't see anything.
She was just frightened then.
And mad at me, I think. I kidded her about it.
I wouldn't joke about anything else that happens here tonight.
Now, don't tell me you're taking all this seriously.
Aren't you?
Well, I'd like to find out what hit me.
Lance. If I need help, may I count on you?
Yeah, sure, I guess so. Look, what's going on here anyway? I mean, what is with this party bit?
This is no party. He's planning something.
Your husband?
I wish I knew what it was.
Must be pretty big if he's going to lay out 50,000.
The money doesn't mean anything. He has a reason for getting us all up here to this dreadful old house.
Well, what for? He doesn't even know us.
Maybe that's exactly why you're here.
Well, what can he get away with?
Oh, he thinks that big money like his can get away with anything. You know, of course, that I'm his fourth wife. The first simply disappeared. The other two died. Lance, I don't want to join them.
You mean he,
Oh, his doctor said they died of heart attacks. 2 girls in their 20s.
Well, what can he do?
My husband is sometimes insane with jealousy. Nothing matters to him then. Please be careful.
Would he hurt you?
He would kill me if he could.
you're missing all the fun. Nora Manning was almost killed by a falling chandelier. The pilot bashed his head in.
Is he badly hurt?
The Saturnine psychiatrist bandaged him up. Don't you want to go and console him, as you do most men, in your fashion?
You're so clever, Frederick.
As I lie awake nights wondering why I married you. It was rather a mistake.
You didn't marry me, dear. I married you. Unpleasant, but no mistake.
Hurry up.
Frederick, for the last time, I'm not going to your party.
And for the last time, it's not my party, but yours. And you are going.
I am not.
You ready, dear?
No.
Are you ready, dear?
Yes, damn you.
Would you adore me as much if I were poor? No. All you want to be is a lovely widow. It's almost time to lock up the house. And then your party will really begin. I wonder how it'll end.
If I ever buy another house, it's got to look like this one. I'm just saying. Or I don't want it.
It's close to midnight, Lance.
Okay. I'll be down in a minute.
Who is it?
Your host, my dear. It's almost midnight, Nora. We're all going to get together down in the living room.
All right, Mr. Lloyd. I'll be right down.
What's up, Jaime? How you doing tonight? That's a good point, Jaime.
Come with us before he kills
And on that point, throw some fog in here.
Where's Nora? Miss Manning.
Don't want to stay here.
Nora, what happened?
Oh yeah, the cynicism in this. Love it.
That's Jonas Slides and his wife. They've been caretakers here for years. She's blind, you know.
I'm not going to stay here.
Well, Doctor, it looks like we have a real case of hysteria on our hands.
I think she's just a little upset, not hysterical.
Good evening.
Special shout out to Jaime tuning in from work. That night shift life.
Hello, my dear. This is my wife. These are our guests. Ruth Bridges, Dr. Trent. You know Watson Pritchard, of course. Nora Manning, and this is Lance Schroeder.
Get me out of here.
Now, what about the 10,000?
I don't care. He wants to kill me.
Who wants to kill you?
Mr. Lawrence.
Fox Wednesdays. Gordon Ramsay.
You ready?
And Lisa.
All right, so got another ad, like I said, so just bear with me. We're going to go ahead, we're going to kick off the second giveaway of the coffee cup. So let's go ahead and get that started going. Jaime, if you're out there, we already did a shirt giveaway. Renee, if you I hope I'm saying your name right. We did a shirt giveaway from the Cinema Creep store, and basically all you have to do to win is just in the chat. You just have to put !raffle. It's going to last for 13 minutes, and then it'll randomly pick a winner. I have no control over who it picks, just to keep things fair. So we're going to do a coffee cup here, so give me just a minute to get this going, and then we'll go back over to House on Haunted Hill. We definitely need to all grow a Vincent Price mustache, right? I feel like when it comes to mustaches, he has one of the better ones in cinema history. Of course, you had Tom Selleck. Who else had a good mustache? Burt Reynolds, Vincent Price. Throw some more good mustaches in the chat, guys, while I'm getting this giveaway set up. Dang, Brandon is calling you out. Why you spamming caps, Brandon? All right, guys. The the coffee cup giveaway is going. I gotta change some of the default controls on this bot. Like I said, I just started using it, so I need to go in and turn some stuff off. I don't care about caps and paragraphs and all that. So, go ahead. Feel free to get your name put in with the !raffle, and that will be your entry into winning the Cinema Creep coffee cup. And then you just go in and you just fulfill it by clicking through the link if you win.
Remember the bargain we made about staying all night? $10,000 apiece. If any of you don't survive, $50,000 will be divided amongst the rest of you. If I should die, you will be paid by my estate. When the door is locked from the outside by the caretakers, we'll all be forced to stay in this house until morning. If any of you decide not to stay, you must leave with the caretakers now. You won't have a chance to change your minds later, because there'll be no way to get out.
I don't want to stay.
Wait. It isn't midnight yet. Who told them they could leave?
They never leave before midnight.
Well, they've gone now. I was going to ask you whether you wanted to stay or not, but it seems that the caretakers have made the decision for you. We're all locked in now.
But I don't want to stay.
And I'm sorry, my dear, but it's too late now.
Darling, haven't you had enough of the silly game? Get some cars up here for these people and let them go home. But pay them first.
This is your party, remember? In spite of my wife's faith in my ability to do the impossible, we will all have to stay in this house until 8 o'clock in the morning. But we have some party favors for you in these little coffins. This is my wife's idea. And I must say, I think it's rather dangerous. I suppose you all know how to use one of these things, but in case you don't, you just press down on this lever with your thumb and then pull the trigger. You see, they're loaded.
Like how Vincent Price is just popping off shots in his own house.
These are no good against the dead, only the living.
Doctor? Lance? Nora?
Go ahead, take it.
Miss Bridges?
If I could only show you guys my house. I do have coffin stuff
Here's
like
yours,
that.
dear.
I don't need it.
It was your idea. Who knows, you may want to use it on me before this night is over.
Throw these guns away. They won't do you any good.
I agree with Pritchard on that point, although not for the same reason.
Dr. Trent, don't you approve of our little party favors?
Suppose Nora had had a gun when she mistook the blind woman for a ghost.
I don't think anyone else is going to walk around in total darkness.
Oh, I'm sure we're not going to go running around the house shooting each other, aren't you?
Who knows? Fear makes people do amazing things.
Mr. Pritchard, you said your sister-in-law killed a man and a woman here and cut them up? You said they found hands and feet, but they never found any heads. Would you like to see one of those heads? Would you all like to see one of those heads? Well then, just follow me.
Darling, I really don't need this.
Just go look in my suitcase. Just go look. But it was in there. A woman's head.
Nora, I think you're a little upset. Would you care for a sedative?
Get out! Get out, all of you! All of you, get out of here and leave me alone! Just get out of here!
You think it's all right to leave her by herself, Doctor?
I wish she'd taken the sedative.
Well, what do you suppose she thought she saw?
They're closing in on her.
Look, Doc, I think somebody ought to stay with her.
There could be 1 million people around her. But if they wanted her, they'd get her.
What if he's right?
He's too drunk to know what he's talking about.
I wonder.
That was supposed to say I'd
I'll join you in a minute.
knocked over a tripod into my neon sign, and it blew out the bottom portion, which was a coffee cup.
Do you think it would do any good if you went in and talked to her?
Well, do you think there really was a head in her suitcase?
I don't know.
A thing like that would put me right over the edge.
But would you sort of stay up here, I mean, in case she needs help?
All right. I'll be in my room. Just call it.
Thanks.
Are you sure there are only 7 people in this house?
Positive, except for the ghosts.
I don't believe in ghosts, nor in frightening women. In Nora's case, it's gone far enough. Perhaps too far.
What do you suggest we do about it, Doctor?
Don't frighten her anymore.
Nora? 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 Nora! Nora! What do you know about this?
They've taken her. In a little while, she'll be one of them.
Where's Nora? is she?
It's too late. It's too late. You'll never find her again.
Pritchard, if you know where she is, you better tell me now.
She's gone. She's gone with them. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Lay her down. Nora?
She's dead, Mr. Lauren. Your wife hanged herself.
Suicide.
Nora.
Please hide me. Please hide me.
What's the matter?
Hide me. He tried to kill me. He grabbed me and choked me and put me in that room. And then he went away and left me.
Who?
He thought I was dead.
Who?
Mr. Lord.
Are you sure about this?
I don't know. It was dark, but it must have been him.
Has anybody seen you since he left you?
I heard some people in that room, but I went by and nobody saw me.
Mrs. Lauren is dead.
But how?
Lauren said she committed suicide, but I think somebody killed her.
Him.
I'm sure you've come to the same conclusion I have.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, let's all have a meeting, discuss what to do. The living room?
Okay, in a minute. I've got to go downstairs. Now, you lock yourself in here and don't let anybody know you're here. If he thinks you're dead, he won't come here. And I'll get back as soon as I can. You'll be all right. And if you have to, you use it.
So beautiful. So greedy. So cold. What are you doing in here?
Wait. Don't wait.
What do you mean coming in here?
I didn't want them to take her away.
You're drunk.
They will if you don't watch her.
You're drunk. All right, out with it, Bridget. Why did you come into this room?
I'm the only one who understands.
Understands what?
Your wife isn't there anymore. She's already joined them.
Look, Bridget, I've had enough of your spook talk. Get out, you sot, and don't come back into this room again.
Pepsi pineapples.
All right, so let me see. So I don't know if the raffle sent a winner or not in the chat. It's not looking like it has yet. So let me see what's going on with the giveaway here. It is just doing nothing. I do have coffee right now. Did anybody eat pizza today? Let's go back over to the film.
Enough of your spook talk. Get out, you sot, and don't come back into this room again.
Where's what's-her-name? Nora.
Hey, there it goes.
I didn't disturb her since I don't think this concerns her.
No, you're right.
Mr. Lauren.
All right.
Isn't
Edgar.
there some way we can get out of this house
There's some
now?
fog up here.
No, none at all.
We could try breaking out.
The only door to the outside is made of steel. The bars of the windows are set in solid stone.
Click through on the link, man.
We gotta stay.
And should send it over to you.
I'm not afraid of your ghosts, Bridget. But I am afraid. When we came here a few hours ago, the only thing we had in common was the $10,000 we'd get. Now, however, we share something else. The death of Mrs. Lauren. So far tonight, one of us was almost killed by a falling chandelier. One of us was mysteriously slugged. One of us has been driven to the brink of absolute hysteria. And one of us is dead. Were these accidents? Suicide? And we must stay here for 6 more hours.
6 hours? 6 of us. Time enough.
Who'll be next? How will it happen?
Let me ask you a question, Doctor. You were the first one to see my wife there. Did you also see anything that she could have climbed up on and then jumped?
No.
Did any of you? There was nothing. How then did she get up there so high?
Exactly, Mr. Lauren. How? She couldn't have pulled herself up there. She couldn't have dropped from the ceiling. Do you think your wife killed herself?
No. She was murdered by one of you.
Or you, Mr. Lauren. To deliberately kill someone, you must have a reason.
We were all strangers to your wife. Only you had a motive for murder.
What husband hasn't at some time wanted to kill his wife? What husband hasn't had 1,000 opportunities to do it in such a way so that he'd never be suspected? I'm not such a fool as to hang my wife from a ceiling by a rope.
The fact remains that you, or one of us, murdered Mrs. Lauren. And that's a matter for the police.
So how do we get the police?
That's my point. We can't until morning. What began as a silly party given by an eccentric has now involved us all in murder.
For once, Pritchard may be right. If another murder's in the works, let's stop it now.
Another murder.
Why not? Maybe one of us saw too much.
Why should even a millionaire want to give each of us $10,000 to spend one night in a gloomy old house? To see some ghosts, have a party? No.
Have you finished trying me, Doctor? And is the verdict guilty of murder?
Oh, this isn't getting us anywhere. Somebody killed Mrs. Lauren. We know that. One of us is guilty and the rest of us are innocent, okay. Now, what we have to do for the next 6 hours is protect ourselves from each other.
You really think?
I don't think anything. I just know that I'm going to my room. And if anybody comes in, I'll shoot him. Or her.
And if we all stay in our rooms, we'll be safe. Because the innocent will have no reason to leave his room. And the guilty will admit his guilt if he or she does.
And we all have guns.
And we're all agreed.
Oh, I wish this night were over.
Rooms? Guns? I tell you, it doesn't make any difference. They aren't through with us yet.
What's up, Augustus M? Since I know you're an ex-magician, I got some fog for you in the chat.
What's the use of saying goodnight?
Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
all gone to their rooms and locked themselves in.
Lance, I've been thinking. It was so dark down there. Maybe it wasn't Mr. Lorne.
It was him, all right. He tried to kill you, and he did kill his wife.
How can you be so sure?
She tried to warn me, asked me to help her. The doc thinks he's going to try and kill one of us. Now, there must be a way out of this place, and I'm going to find it and get the police before he does.
I'm going with you.
But if he finds out you're alive... No, Nora. You're safer here than any place else. Now, just lock yourself in and keep quiet. If I find a way out, I'll come back and get you.
Gonna add some fog in here.
An admission of guilt, Doctor?
Certainly not. There's either somebody else in this house or one of us has left his room. Did you hear anything?
Organ music?
That, and someone walking.
You got yours? Ready?
You look downstairs, and I'll look up here.
Why not together?
There may be only minutes, seconds left of someone's life. Why waste time? It's almost over, darling. Every detail was perfect.
What's happening?
We've done it. A perfect crime. Beautiful.
Has she killed him?
Not yet, but she will.
Get me out of this hanging harness. What's taking that girl so long? What time is it?
At first, I couldn't get Nora to want to protect herself with a gun. But after you appeared at the window, everything began to work just as we had planned. You were wonderful. Just the touch that finally drove her into complete hysteria.
It'll be worth all of our planning, darling. Where's Nora now? What's happening?
On her way to the cellar. So scared she'll shoot the first thing that moves.
And Frederick?
On his way to the cellar, too.
David, are you sure none of them will suspect us?
Of what? An hysterical girl accidentally shoots somebody? Who would suspect that we planned it that way, that we drove her to it?
What about my suicide?
But just a ghost party gag. We'll claim it was a dummy since I'm the only one who touched you.
And the caretakers?
Well, they had no idea what they were really doing.
What about Nora? She's not stupid, you know.
Darling, believe me, everything we've planned is working perfectly. Nora is sure Frederick murdered you. She thinks Frederick attacked her in the cellar, not me. And now Nora's almost out of her mind with fear. The heads, the music, you're hanging. I tell you, when Frederick walks in there, she'll shoot him.
It's taking too long. David, you ought to be there.
When you hear the shot, come down to the cellar.
Would you drive blindfolded? Of course not.
All right, so we're getting to the best part of the movie. Well, the whole movie's good, but one of the best parts of the movie right now. And if you know, then you know. I just want to address the chat. I'm pretty sure Boom Squad said I'm stuck, step Krampus, and I just want to point that fact out. That's this man's wild in the chat right now. But I just want to, on this break real quick, I want to congratulate Boom Squad for winning the shirt and Edgar for winning the coffee cup. So something we're going to do a lot more here on the Friday Night Creepshows, not just merch giveaways, but other things. Like I said, I do want to do a VHS giveaway probably next Friday, and it'll be just something random out of my collection. So be on the lookout for that. Always come back to these. Giveaways aren't going to be like just something I do on the channel just to bring people in and get people to watch, but it is something that I enjoy doing. So, you know, it's obviously something that costs me money, but I really enjoy doing it. And I think that not to get viewers or not to get more people in, but just because I like to give back. So keep that in mind, and I'll announce those in certain streams. Not every stream will have them, though. So let's go ahead and let's jump back in to this movie. I'm not giving away my house. I'm not Mr. Beast here. Come out. Yeah, creature from the Black Lagoon back here. Old Gill Man.
No!
David? David?
This is it right here. This is everything. Boom Squad, if you haven't seen this, I hope you're paying attention. Yeah, I'm getting an acid pit installed in my basement stat.
At last you've got it all. Everything I have. Even my life. But you're not going to live to enjoy it. Come with me, murderess. Come with me. crime you two planned was indeed perfect. Only the victim is alive and the murderers are not. It's a pity you didn't know when you started your game of murder that I was playing too.
There must be some way to get in here.
It's right along here, somewhere.
Lance! I've shot Mr. Loren. He's down in the wine cellar.
Alive?
I don't think so. It's him. He's alive.
You didn't shoot anyone, my dear. I loaded your gun with blanks. I can tell you all now. Trent and my wife were planning to kill me. They failed. Trent tried to throw me in the vat. My wife stumbled and fell. I'm ready for justice to decide if I'm innocent or guilty.
Now there are 9. There'll be more, many more. They're coming for me now. And then they'll come for you.
All right, so that was House on Haunted Hill from 1959, and if this is your first time watching it, I hope that it is something that you continue to watch throughout your lifetime, really. It is a movie that you have to show people that haven't seen it. It's a movie that is good to show people that are getting into horror for the first time, specifically like preteens if you have kids, or hopefully you don't just hang around kids. But if you have kids, like I know Boom Squad does, something like this would be cool to show your son, right? And like I said, this is in my top all-time favorite horror movies. It's corny, it's campy, it's goofy, but it is just a feel-good type of movie, right? Like it just makes you feel good when you watch it. Makes me smile. And you know, it's normally in black and white. So if you can only find the black and white version, that's good too. That is the preferred way to watch it. Colored didn't bother me as much as I thought it would, but I definitely prefer it in black and white. So this was a really cool stream. Really enjoyed that movie. We'll probably look into finding something maybe in this time period again next Friday Night Creepshow. So it's really, the ball's in you guys' court right now. It's up to what y'all want to do for the rest of the stream. We could stream longer, we can end it here. If you guys want to find another horror short film, I can find some more here on YouTube, or we can talk long legs or talk about things that are coming out. Let me know in the chat what you guys want to do. I do want to take time to shout out Renee O'Neill, first time creep here on the Friday Night Creep Show. So I appreciate you coming in and hanging out. We do these live streams every Friday night, and we also do a gruesome game night. So I play horror games every Tuesday night on the channel. So live streaming Tuesdays and Fridays, and I do videos all throughout the week, basically uploaded at random times. I'm a horror movie review channel, a horror movie trailer review channel, and the patrons are gonna get extras. Like they may get like VHS hunt vlogs. I may show you guys some of the oddities I have in my house. So patrons will get some weird stuff, but not weird stuff like that. So don't get too excited. Yeah. So let me know in the chat what you guys want to do. We can either end it and you can finish out your Friday night without me, or Edgar, I appreciate you. Hopefully you went and you claimed the shirt or the coffee cup, and didn't have any issues doing that. If for some reason you guys have any issues with that, hit me up on my Gmail, and I will make it right. I haven't used Streamlabs printer before, but supposedly it's really good. If you have any kind of issues with it, even though it's free, feel free to return it, because my personal printer is of the most quality. So just let me know if you guys have any issues with that stuff. Edgar, appreciate you as always, man. Be on the lookout for stuff on the Patreon throughout the weekend. So Frank, creep on creeping. I like it. The Long Legs theater experience. I will tell you this, right? Like I said, if you go into Long Legs expecting it to be a horror film, you're not going to be happy. It's just plain and simple. Go into Long Legs expecting it to be a movie like Zodiac, Silence of the Lambs, or Seven, right? It is a crime thriller first with horror elements thrown in, if that makes sense, right? So don't go in expecting horror, and you'll probably be happy. Now, I will tell you, I went with my wife. She hated it. The people behind us, right, as we were getting up, because the theater was absolutely packed. I'm talking about not a single seat open. And the people behind us, as the movie was over, they were getting up and they're like, "Oh, fuck this. Why did you make me come see this stupid movie?" They're like, "I should have ate an edible," or something like that. And I was like, oh my God. And it is not a movie that's for everybody. You really have to like crime dramas, crime thrillers, and stuff like that in order to like it. But I will tell you this. People audibly gasped at certain parts of the movie. And that's the greatest thing, when you can sit in a theater with that many people and you hear them like gasp from like just disturbing imagery or being scared or seeing Nicolas Cage, right? He does look weird in it. And I'll talk more about that in my review for it. But he does look weird in it, and I'm glad that they kept it under wraps, the way he looks in the trailers and stuff, and they only show you in the film. I feel like now, after the opening date, though, you'll be able to see more pictures online of what he looks like. I would say try not to ruin it for yourself before you can see the movie, because it looks like Nick Cage, but it doesn't, right? And he definitely does like the moaning, whining, talking thing through the entire movie. And I had a good time. Now, I'm not going to say the movie was great. And I'm still processing it, right? For a full-on rating. But I will tell you this. Unless you can go matinee for cheap, or you can wait till streaming, that's what I would do. Don't pay too much to see it. I liked Maxine better. And I gave Maxine a 4 out of 5 creeps. Just so you guys know. And that's in the video. So, Frank, I don't know if you've watched the Maxine review yet. There is the advanced screening on Patreon. The regular video will be up on the YouTube channel on, well, later today, Saturday. But I don't spoil it in the first half of the video, and then I let you know before I spoil it. So my wife hated it because she's not a Nicolas Cage fan like I am. I'm a Nicolas Cage fan, ride or die. I think Nicolas Cage is awesome, and I can recognize that he is in some crap movies. But Nicolas Cage, there's no doubting about it that he gives every role he's in his all, right? Doesn't matter what he's playing, he gives it his all, right? She didn't like Nick Cage in it, and I think she didn't like that it wasn't really horror, and she just said it just did nothing for her. Like, she'll admit that there were some weird parts, but she said it just wasn't good. You know, she thought it was more goofy, you know, than anything. I think the theater, from what I could tell, walking out hearing people chat, I think it was about half and half. Half people liked it, half people thought it was just crap. It has a satanic, like a devil worshiper thread in it, right? So that's sort of like the theme of all of this, right? Is that's sort of like the whole reason for Nick Cage doing what he's doing in that movie. And that doesn't spoil anything. It tells that pretty early, but so there are some parts where Nicolas Cage, his name is actually Longlegs in the movie. Or that's what his serial killer like alias is Longlegs. So Nicolas Cage's character, he has some parts in the movie where he's like having these rage fits where he's like demented, right? And I don't know if they're supposed to be funny, if they're written funny, but they come off as funny and people were laughing in the theater about it. And I'm like, I don't know if that's funny or not. Were there balloons on the stream just now? Did you guys see that? Why were there balloons on the stream? What is that for? What does that mean? I don't even know. Does anybody know what that means? I didn't do that. What is happening? Why are there balloons on the stream? I feel like Pennywise is near. Anyways, yeah, so half the theater thought it was funny, half the theater thought it was serious. And I mean, honestly, if you look at the way that like sociopaths and like true like psycho people act, they act a little delirious, and that's sort of how he plays this character. So I think he plays the character really well. I don't know. It's definitely worth the watch. But if you can't see it matinee, or you can't spend, you know, like $10 or under to see it, wait for streaming, right? Because you're not missing out on anything. And if you don't mind me telling you the story, then watch the review that's coming out, because I'll talk about it in the first half, right? And give you guys my thoughts on it, and then I'll talk about it with spoilers in the second half of the video that I'm going to put out. Freaking killer clowns. Exactly. I don't know, but it was really cool. It's just nice to see a theater packed out, right? With that many people there to see, one, Nick Cage, and two, to see a serial killer or horror type of movie. It was definitely overhyped, right? I will tell you that from you know, right now. Like, it was overhyped, and Maxine was even overhyped, unfortunately, right? Two of the movies I was looking forward to the most this year, both overhyped, and it's because their marketing teams were phenomenal, right? Now, what we have to rely on, creeps, is we've got there's horror movies coming out throughout the year, but the big things that are coming out right now for me are Beetlejuice, right? Which is, I don't really consider it a horror movie. It is, but it isn't, right? But I don't want that to suck, right? And then we've got Terrifier 3, right? Really stoked on that. And we've also got Nosferatu. So those 3 that are coming out, really, really looking forward to those, and I hope those aren't overhyped as well, because those are all huge movies that are coming out. Yeah, people were actually quiet and staying off their phones. Surprisingly, it was very, it was a really good crowd. You know, like I said, I cannot believe how packed it was. I haven't been in a movie theater that has been that full since, geez, I don't know, probably the Dark Knight trilogy when that came out. Christopher Nolan's Batman movies. Because Maxine, like I said, when me and my wife went and saw Maxine last week, there was 6 people, including us, in the entire theater. And I was like, holy hell, can Ty West not get any love in this small rural town here? It's not even that small of a town. But yeah, so the director, I don't know if you guys know this, of Long Legs is Osgood Perkins, who is the son of the one and only Anthony Perkins. And Anthony Perkins is Norman Bates from Psycho. So that's really cool to see that he's out here just, you know, making movies. My favorite thing that I've seen all day is this right here. The skeleton getting its own credit on IMDb, and he really is the star of House on Haunted Hill. You know, like, I think that was actually a real skeleton, I think, if I remember correctly. Let's scroll down and let's look at some trivia of this movie. All right, so the large grosses for the film were noticed by Alfred Hitchcock. This led him to create his own low-budget horror film, Psycho. So this inspired Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho, which is gnarly. Yeah, the Ennis Brown house. I was trying to remember the name of the house. So that house in the beginning, the exterior is the Ennis Brown house, designed by Frank Lloyd Wright, who's a famous architect, built in 1924. The opening scare trick was so effective that it actually started the idea of novelty haunting records. Records of spooky sounds, sound effects, and music that were most commonly used for Halloween parties, and makeshift haunted house attractions. That's funny, you know, like all the screaming in the beginning of the movie. That's the only part of the movie that's kind of annoying. Most of the budget must go to paying the skeleton. Yeah, it goes to paying the skeleton, filling up the acid vat hole, and all the cobwebs. You had to pay the spiders to build all those cobwebs. I don't know if you guys noticed those all around the set. Here you go, right here. $10,000 offered to each of the guests in 1959 would be equal to $105,692 in 2023 money. Let me see. Some of the Emergo equipment still exists. It has been resurrected for use during special showings of the film. I think the Emergo equipment is the skeleton little apparatus that they have, if I'm thinking correctly. Let me see. All right, check this out. In some first-run theaters, a system of wires and pulleys were installed to fly a skeleton over the audience at key moments in the film. In his autobiography, producer-director William Castle called the apparatus Emergo. Isn't that gnarly? Like, imagine being in a movie theater and them just flying a skeleton over the top of the crowd. Talk about a jump scare. All right, so Frank says, how would I rate Nick Cage's serial killer performance in Long Legs, and where does he stand compared to other serial killer greats? So throw out some serial killers, and I'll let you know. So obviously we have Hannibal Lecter, right? Buffalo Bill from the same movie. We've got, I'm trying to think of some other serial killers in movies. Zodiac. Are we talking about just fiction or nonfiction killers, or just serial killer movies? I would say that Nicolas Cage ranks pretty high in terms of serial killers, right? I think he has I think he plays a serial killer very well. And I think it's because he has that same personality trait, right? I think that there's people, right? Hang on. Let me get in here to clarify what I mean. I think there's people, right, that are right here. This is a normal person, right? This is like people like me and you that have no crazy sociopathic tendencies. Well, I'm speaking for myself here. And then I think there's people here in the middle, right, who are like one bad day away or one inconvenience away from being a completely blown serial killer, right? This is Jeffrey Dahmer. This is me and you. This in the middle, these are all the people that are like Nicolas Cage. I think if Nicolas Cage wasn't famous and had a couple bad days, I think he'd find himself in this category over here, right? The Jeffrey Dahmer category. So I think that's why he plays it so well. I feel like he can really harness this over here. I feel like for the movie, this isn't factual, right? But I feel like when you watch the movie, you get vibes of. My wife said she got vibes of Heath Ledger's Joker, and that's one of the reasons she didn't like it. She said she thought that Nicolas Cage was playing too close to Heath Ledger's Joker, and she thought that was really corny and didn't like it. I actually picked up vibes of Joaquin Phoenix's Joker a little bit. So I feel like he studied that. I feel like he may have studied Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs, and made his own thing. But I really think that Nicolas Cage could potentially live in this category over here. So I think he does a really good job of playing a serial killer. So yeah, it was a gnarly movie, and he does some really weird stuff. Like if you've seen that thing that he's doing in the pictures of the film where he's doing this number here, when you watch the movie and you see him doing this part in the movie, you're going to be like, what in the hell? Everybody in the theater was like, you've got to be shitting me right now. Like, what is he doing? It's a kind of a creepy little part, but people are like, I don't understand what's going on. But it did come off kind of try hard in certain areas. You know, like they were going sort of above and beyond to make it too insane, make him seem too insane. That it did kind of lose me at some parts, but like I said, I'll save all that for the review. Definitely go watch it. I mean, if you got any more questions, I'll answer them. If you guys don't care about me getting deeper into it, continue to ask questions about it, but I don't want to spoil it for you unless you don't care, and then I'll tell you all about it. Let me see. Let's hop back over here to IMDb. So, like I said, we can find another short film, watch another short film together, or we can comb through IMDb, or just talk more about horror movies, whatever you guys want to do. I'm good for whatever, because that was a short film tonight. Normally, the movies we've been watching are about an hour and 45 minutes long. Hour and 45 to 2 hours. That one I think was just at an hour and 20 minutes. Are you asking me who dies in Longlegs? Okay, so let me ask you this first, Frank. Did you watch my Maxine review? It's okay to say no. Have you watched it yet? If you haven't watched the Maxine review, right? Okay. So the reason I ask you is because I kind of talk a little bit about it in that movie, not why I like it more than Longlegs, because I hadn't seen Longlegs yet, but I talk about some of the reasons I like Maxine and some of the reasons it didn't live up to my expectations, right? I like Maxine more because, one, Maxine feels somewhat more like a horror film, right? It feels more like horror and less like a crime movie. Now, with that said, Maxine does not feel completely like a horror movie either, right? Maxine feels like an Italian giallo film, right? And it has horror elements, right? If you go into Maxine thinking it's going to be a slasher, like I did, you're going to be upset. It is not a slasher. It is a crime, mystery, drama, thriller. Oh, I did freeze. Hang on, guys. All right. So it is a crime, mystery, drama, thriller. All right, I should be unfrozen now. Maybe. Am I back from being unfrozen? So don't go into Maxine thinking it's a slasher. Don't go into Maxine necessarily thinking it's going to be a horror film. It's not even as much horror as Pearl in X was, right? So I liked Maxine because it finishes out that trilogy, right? The Pearl, X, and of course Maxine, right? It rounds out the story. Even though Ty West is flirting with the idea now, apparently, to make a fourth film, telling the story of Maxine when she was little. That's why I liked Maxine so much, is because it finished out that story. And it really was the climax to the other two films, whether or not it was a climax that I agreed with or not. I just felt like it really, I don't know. It was not what I thought it would be, or was not, I guess, necessarily what I wanted it to be, should I say. And either film. So, in the trailer, the movies that he's putting on the shelf, were they adult films, or were they You know, I think they were just horror films because a, a big thing in the movie, of course, is um, them talking about Puritan 2, right? Now, Puritan 2 is the movie that Maxine gets a role for. This isn't spoiling it. This is me just telling you basically the first couple minutes of the movie. And I think he just works in like a video rental store. I don't think it's like a triple X one because he's showing a couple tapes on the shelf, and one of the tapes is Puritan #1, and she's talking about how she's about to star in the sequel. So, that dude's name in the movie is Leon. Really liked his character. His character was really cool. And I'll tell you guys, like I say in my review, Mia Goth, I think, is an exceptional actress, right? But she gets outshined completely in this film by Kevin Bacon. Kevin Bacon is the best part about Maxine. This man really came out of freaking nowhere, right? With just a phenomenal performance. So, really, really stoked to see him in it. Yeah, really. Kevin Bacon in this is excellent. I think he really, really did his thing in this. And if for nothing else, if you don't like Ty West, which I don't know how you could not like him, or how you couldn't, should I say, and if you don't care about seeing Maxine, if you like Kevin Bacon, watch this movie. And like I said, Ty West is talking about making a 4th film on this in this universe, right? I don't want to tell you what the film is rumored to be about because I don't want to spoil the movie, but I will tell you that it is, takes place during Maxine's childhood, like I said. So it tells the story of her as a kid. And I don't want him to make it. As much as you guys know, I love Ty West. He's one of my favorite modern horror directors. And he's made one of my favorite horror movies of all time, The House of the Devil. I don't want him to continue on with the Maxine story. I feel like the movies are only going to get worse as he goes on. I don't think we need a story of Maxine as a little kid. I think at this point we're just beating a dead horse. I think what he did with these 3 movies was genius. The way he told the story, interweaved everything together was cool. And when I rate these, right, X is my favorite, Pearl is my second favorite, and then Maxine is my last favorite. And I really, really thought that, Maxine was going to be my #1 in the trilogy. So I did really like, so Frank says he thinks it's cool, going back to Longlegs, that they didn't show Nick Cage like he's a movie monster, I guess talking about like in the trailer. And I think that I agree with you, and I wish they would have showed him less in the movie. You do see a lot of Nick Cage in the movie, and I wish they would have showed him less, just for the simple fact of it would have made him creepier. Sort of like going back to talk about Silence of the Lambs. You know how you see Buffalo Bill for a very short amount of time? The guy that has the hole in his basement and doing all that weird stuff. Like, you see him for a very short part of the movie. I wish that's what they would have done with Nicolas Cage, and it would have kept it scarier, right? Standout actor in Longlegs is... Okay, so I want to say... Let me get this guy's name right. So going into this movie, right, I thought it was going to be Nicolas Cage was going to blow me away in it. Now, Nicolas Cage was good in it. Don't get me wrong, right? And then Micah Monroe, the lady right here, right, the lead actor. She is the actor that was in It Follows, if you guys remember that movie. So she plays the main agent, Agent Lee Harker. Now, I will tell you, this guy here does a really good job. Blair Underwood. I don't know what else he's in. Well, clicked the wrong thing. I don't know what else he's in. He looked familiar to me. Deep Impact. Surely that's not where I know him from. But he did a phenomenal job in this. I really enjoyed his character. And like I said, it's not that Nicolas Cage did bad or Micah Monroe. Micah Monroe, I thought she was going to be insanely good in this. But honestly, her character was kind of underwhelming to me. You know, she is very one-dimensional, and she talks like a sock puppet the entire time, where, like, her mouth stays straight, but it just moves up and down, and she doesn't really show a lot of emotion on her face, you know? So, I don't know. It was hard for me to... Is this the trailer I've seen? No, this is different. This is showing more stuff. So this is showing more of the movie. So if you get to watch this, it's showing definitely more, I think. Because that showed Nicolas Cage's face. Yeah, I would tell, yeah, this is showing more of it. Because it showed that ending shot, and that was Nick Cage. It showed him in the car, too. I think that current day horror, right? And here's something I talked about in stream. Here's something I'm going to talk about in a trailer trash video coming up that I already have written to make sure that I talk about this. But let me bring my full face here again, because this is something that, you know, I'm really preaching hard right now. So, and this is with In a Violent Nature. This is with Maxine. This is with all the big releases I've seen recently, right? Including Long Legs. It is okay, right, to be critical of movies. It's okay to not like movies, right? You don't have to like everything just because your favorite actor's in it, or your favorite director shot it, or everybody else says it's good, right? The reason we keep getting these crappy horror movies, especially like Blumhouse BS movies, right? And stuff like that, is because we're not outspoken enough about these movies. And if we allow these studios to keep mass producing crap, that's all we're ever going to get, because that's what we're telling them that we like, right? And that's what we're buying tickets to. That's what we're renting on streaming. And if they see those dollar signs, right, and they see those, then they think, okay, well, I just have to keep remaking this time and time again. And that's all we're gonna get. The studio does not give a shit if the movie's good or not. Like, maybe indie studios do, but Neon, A24, Lionsgate, Warner Brothers, Paramount, like, these studios do not give a shit if their movies they're putting out are good. All they care about is, did they make their money back, right? And the way that they're making their money back is us buying tickets, us renting on streaming, right? And if everybody's telling you, hey, Longlegs sucks, right? Or everybody's telling you that Maxine is overhyped, don't go see it in theaters, you're wasting your money, wait for it to come on streaming. You wait for it to come on streaming and you watch it when it's free, right? Then you're not putting necessarily money in the studio's pocket, right? I mean, if you watch it on streaming and stuff, I guess you will in a way, but not the same way that you would if you went and you gave them these huge inflated opening box office numbers, right? Because that's one of their claims to fame. So I don't know. Don't feel like you can't speak out, right? Yeah, we got to be the change we want to see, Hentoy, right? Like you said it perfect right there. And I mean it's true. You know, don't accept crap. And there are movies that are bad. We all love bad horror movies, right? I just made a video about it. And I love a lot of bad horror movies, right? But I love horror movies that are bad, that are either intentionally bad or they're just silly bad, or they're movies that are just bad because they didn't have the proper amount of funding or whatever. There is no excuse for In a Violent Nature to suck as bad as it did with a budget of $4.2 million, right? There is no reason to hype up Longlegs like they did, or Maxine like they did, and had the issues those movies had, right? And we could go on and on down the line with other things that have come out, and even movies like Ghostbusters, right? Like the Ghostbusters that came out, that's strictly just there for fan servicing, right? It sucks, especially when you actually leave your home and you pay $30 for 2 tickets to go sit in a movie theater for the movie to just be shit. So, you guys have heard me talk about this, and if you guys are cool with me ranting, I'm starting to feel like a hater. I told my wife this today. I'm like, am I a hater? Like, because all these movies I'm super critical of, and she's like, no, if it's your opinion, it's your opinion. Just be truthful about it. And I'm like, I'm glad I got you to reinforce that, because I feel like a freaking hater lately. Because it's not good enough anymore to be like, well, at least I get to see Michael Myers in another film. Or, I'm just glad we're continuing to get horror movies. I'm not. I don't want to see another Michael Myers film unless it's really, really good. I don't want to tarnish Michael Myers in the Halloween franchise any more than it's already been tarnished, right? I don't want to tarnish Friday the 13th any more than it's already been tarnished, which is a lot, but like right now they're trying to have a spin-off series. They've got like all these spin-off ideas for Friday the 13th and all this crazy stuff they're trying to do, and it's probably going to suck, most likely, and it's just going to tarnish everything that we've loved, right? But the biggest thing is, and I appreciate you guys giving me reinforcement here, because I do talk about Maxine and the things I don't like about it, and I also tell you guys how I think parts of it should have been rewritten that would have made more sense. And obviously, seeing what he did wrong, or what I think he did wrong, is easier now to talk about what he should have done, in my opinion. Talk about Ty West and Maxine, than him writing the script from scratch. But still, it's also he's a very, very experienced horror filmmaker. I don't know. I just need to get back into writing horror films, I guess. Because even honestly, like Gorgazma, that little horror short that we watched, not Gorgazma, Pizza Panic Party by Gorgazma, brought me so much joy. I had more fun watching that than I did watching almost anything I've seen recently. I did love the beginning of Maxine, though, because it was just very upbeat 1980s nostalgia shoved in your face, and I love that kind of stuff. Definitely watch those too. Let me rant on something real quick. And I've ranted on this a little bit, but I want to do it a little bit harder. I'm making a full-on video about this, but since you guys are my buddies and you're here, and I've already talked to my wife about this, and anybody that will listen, I want to talk to you guys about this again. So, we've talked about this movie, right? Stream. Okay, we've talked about this, and so far, right, everybody that I've seen on Twitter, in horror boards and forums, right, is stoked for this, right? And they're stoked for it because of all of these big names that are in it, right? They're not stoked for it. They're pretending that this looks like a good movie because these people are in it. And there's no way that you can watch the trailer to this fucking film and tell me that this looks good, looks professional, looks like anything worth a watch. And these guys raised, they funded this movie on Indiegogo, and I think they raised like, I don't know, over $200,000. So it makes me think, what did they pay these big horror names in this film if this entire film only raised $200-some thousand? Did they pay Danielle Harris, what, $400 and give her some Pop-Tarts, right? Like, I don't understand why these guys decided to be in this movie. Granted, I mean, I'm not saying they're all great actors, but they have really good reputations in the horror world, and they've been in B movies and stuff like that, but they don't have to be. Anybody would scoop up any of these guys, right, and put them in the next Megan movie, or put them in the next Longlegs, or put them in the next whatever, because they're like horror royalty, right? But they're in productions like this one for whatever reason, and everybody's like, oh, this looks incredible. And then I was watching the production company, right, for this. Let me show you guys. They have, I was actually watching this last night. They have, like, I don't know, a shitload of videos, right, with behind the scenes footage of this movie. And they're talking about, oh, Stream is a franchise movie. I could see this having like 4 or 5 different entries in the franchise. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, am I the only one with a brain here? Like, that short that we watched earlier sounded better than this Stream movie looks better than this movie looks. The acting was better than this, right? They must have done it for the crypto. They had to have done it for something. And my man Damien Leone, right, writer, director of Terrifier, did the special effects for Stream. And I wonder if he's looking back now and he's like, oh, shit. It's like when you owe a friend a favor. And he went and probably did this as a favor to these guys. And now he's like, oh, fuck. You know, why am I doing this? You know, because now you look at the movie, it probably looked cool as they were filming it. And then you look at the finished product and it looks like, damn. You know? So, Babysitter, you're talking about the one that was on Netflix? Babysitter and Babysitter 2? This one? This was a fun movie. I enjoyed this, and I enjoyed the second one. I thought these were a lot of fun. So I can get down with this Hentoy. I think this was a good time. Now, is it horror? Yeah, this is definitely comedy horror is what I would say. You know, I feel like this is, you know, they're smart enough to label it comedy horror, right? It's more comedy with horror elements in it. If you like horror, you'll like this. If you like comedy, you'll like it, you know. And Mick G, this guy right here. Yeah, I was trying to remember what he did. I know he did a lot of stuff. This was the second one, right? I think this was the second one. This one was solid too. Same kind of thing. I like the cinematography in these movies. Frank, are you talking about babysitter director? Or are you talking about the stream director? So Mick G, Babysitter, Charlie's Angels, Full Throttle, Terminator Salvation, Charlie's Angels, right? He's done a lot of those big movies, and you can tell that he has the knowledge and he has, you know, the experience when you watch Babysitter, because he's put in work, right, and done all of these bigger movies. Let's go back to the stream director and see what else they've done. So their YouTube channel is Fuzz on the Lens, I think, is what it's called. Hang on, let me find it. I found it right here. Hang on. All right, Fuzz on the Lens. So this is them. I think that they're a YouTube channel first, and then they've started getting into movie production. Maybe they did comedy skits at one time. Not really sure. Let's look at their popular videos and see. Operation the Movie, 11 years ago. So it looks like they did some comedy stuff. They're definitely an indie studio, right? But I don't give a shit, you know. Yeah, if you go look at Twitter and look at some of the people commenting on this, and people are stoked for it. And then if you look in the comments of these YouTube videos, right? So let's watch this. Well, I don't want to watch the trailer. But if you look in this, right, like it's just nothing but praise. And they may be deleting the comments that are like, this sucks. But the fact of the matter is there's still this amount of people that are saying that this looks great, right? You know, you can go down and all their videos about this. These people are probably getting ripped apart. Yeah, because they commented negatively on it, and these people are like, basically, you're an idiot. But yeah, so it's just praise on all their videos. And like I said, they have... you can see all the ones I watch. You see the red line. I watched this, this, and then I watched all of these yesterday. Because I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with this movie. Oh, Tucker and Dale vs. Evil is awesome. Oh, What We Do in the Shadows. I like the series better than I like the movie, but both are phenomenal. What We Do in the Shadows is the series is quoted daily in my household between me and my wife. Like, it is just, that's everything. We have that on TV as background noise all day long. It just plays. Love horror comedies, because the thing about horror and the thing about comedy, we'll come back to this. I want to show you guys something. The thing about horror and the thing about comedy, right, is when you write comedy and when you write horror and when you perform comedy and you perform horror, it's all about timing, right? In comedy specifically, you have to know when to tell the joke. You have to know when to get to the punchline. You have to know when to reveal the punchline, right? And horror is the same way, but it's with the scares, right? Whether it's a jump scare or whether it's you're going to reveal the killer or reveal the scare, right? So that's why comedy and horror play so well together, right? Because both are all about timing. And that's why normally if you have a good comedy writer, they can write good horror, and vice versa, right? That's why the dude who wrote Barbarian, who was originally on that sketch TV show, The Whitest Kids You Know, was able to write a banger horror movie. It's because he was so good at writing comedy, right? So if you can write good comedy, then you can write a killer horror movie. And, you know, probably vice versa, right? So I comedy, horror, like, love it so much. Okay, so going back to this stupid crap over here. Okay, so what I found out during my stream investigation was, again, I found their Indiegogo page. I can bring that up for y'all. Give me a minute. and found out how much they raised for the movie, which is over 200 some thousand dollars, right? They had a lot of backers, which is sick. Happy for them, right? So right here, they raised $181,000 by 930 backers, and then another 83,000 by 527 backers. So that's whatever that math is, right? It's like 260 some thousand dollars for this movie, at least, is what their budget was at the very least, right? So I don't know. I can't really see. I don't think. Oh yeah, I can. I can see what the perks are if you would have invested in this, right? Like, let's see. Let's see how many people invest in the top perk. So here you go. This makes sense, right? $9,000, you get to be a killer in the movie. I mean, that tells you everything you need to know right there. Just some random dude cashed out his 401k, took $9,000 out, and he's like, I'm going to be a killer in this movie, which is cool, right? Like, it's cool, but you need to make sure that dude has the chops to be a killer in a horror film, right? You can't just have anybody in there doing that just because they have money. You know, that's not fair to the other, 2,000 people that donated money. Because if that dude sucks, what are you going to do? Refund him his $9,000? I doubt it. Tell him he sucks? I doubt it. You're going to let him just suck through the entire movie. What is this right here? I don't even understand what this means. This one. $2,000, $1,300, Art the Clown bust signed by Art himself. That's a cool perk, right? But not worth $1,300. I don't get into like autographs and that stuff. I guess maybe if that's your thing, that's cool. But $1,300 for an Art the Clown bust that's signed. $1,000 for a screen used prop. What? $800 to name a killer or name a character in the film. I'm naming him Mike Hawk. That's what I'd pay $800 to do. Mike Hawk. You get the slate for $775. That's insane. Like, these prices are insane. Let's see what the lower stuff would get you. $55. You get a mask. Poker face mask. This is from fucking Spirit. I have something similar to this. Like, right here. Let me show you guys. It's literally right here. $55. I probably paid, I don't know, $18 for this. Very similar. It's the same vibe, right? A vacuum form mask. You know what I mean? Like, I know for a fact that came from Spirit. $55 though. Like, I get it. It was used in the movie, but why? Why $55? There's a sucker born every minute. Mike Hunt, bend over. So I love the Hawk Tua. Mike Hawk Tua. It's Mr. Tua to you. Now, I love the fact that you can crowdfund a movie. I think it's phenomenal. I think giving people perks is awesome if you do it the right way and you don't charge people insane prices for something crazy, right? Let's do, I don't know, $30 for a $20 t-shirt. That's feasible. Let's do, get your name in the credits for $10. You know what I mean? Stuff like that is feasible, right? Like, come be an extra in the movie for $200, be a main character in the movie for $500 on the stipulation that you can act, I mean, look at this. Somebody, $30,000 claimed the executive producer credit. 1 out of 2 of those claimed. I wonder if they're kicking themselves in the ass right now. And I hate to hate on this because I sound like a hater. Like, I hate it. I hate, but I just think that I don't get it. And the thing about it is, if somebody paid me $30,000, right, said, I'm giving you $30,000 to be an executive producer on your movie, right, then I absolutely would not fucking have the logo for my movie look like this. Right here. Where's it at?
Happy hunting!
This. Right here. If I paid $30,000 as the executive producer and the logo for my movie looked like this, I would be mad as hell. Like, this is the font. This is the best you guys could do. This is the best typography you could get. Right here. You know, where did my $30,000 go? I hope you didn't give it all to Felissa Rose. Yeah, so I'll stop ranting about Stream, but I just felt like I had to bring that up. I felt like I had to bring that up because it just, this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Is I love it. Let me go back to serious Andrew mode. I love the fact that this production company, Fuzz on the Lens Productions, which is a smaller indie production company, has stepped into making big horror features, right? And it's cool that they know Damien Leone from Terrifier and whatever the case may be. It's cool that they were able to get all these horror icons on board with this movie. But the fact of the matter is, all of these people deserve to be part of a better looking project than this one. Right? And I get it, not everything's going to be good, and, you know, they're stepping stones. But the fact of the matter is, give me $260,000 and I'll show you something that looks at least 12.5 times better than this. Yeah, Transformers meets UFC logo. God, I'd be so mad. Look at this stupid little knife dripping blood. Look at that stupid, look right here, this stupid little thing. And it's like, what is that, diamond plate? Looks like diamond plate. This right here is what you'd see on a low-budget movie in the early 2000s. When stuff like this right here exists, right? Stuff like this exists. There's no reason that you should be putting out stuff that looks like this. And I guarantee you these guys did this. Cost them some money. But way cheaper than what these guys did this for. Anyhow, yeah. We got to stop just saying, oh man, I'm just happy to see Felissa Rose in a new movie. Or I'm happy to see Tony Todd, even though I am happy to see both of them. Jeffrey Combs, it's just garbage. I don't want to see him in garbage. I want to see him in something that helps define their legacy. Yeah. Yeah, it really is a big part of horror. People just going along and being okay with it because it's horror. It doesn't mean the movies don't need to be good. And they don't have to be cerebral horror, like I said, that make you have to do, like, I gotta go look up the ending and do extra investigating just to see what the movie means. But it just needs to not look, it needs to look like you give a shit about what you're making. Plain and simple. Whether it's goofy and fun and stupid, like here's a good example, right, of a goofy, fun, stupid movie. I know you guys have seen this, right? Psycho Gorman. Goofy, fun, and stupid. But even though their idea was goofy, fun, and stupid, you can tell they put in a lot of love into this movie, right? And not only did they put a lot of love in it, it looks like they knew what the hell they were doing. I'm trying to think of what movie, Frank, that you're talking about. Let me see. Let's see. Star-studded horror movie casts. Oh, you must be talking about I Know What You Did Last Summer. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. All right, so here's an article. Misery, 28 weeks later. Death House. I never saw Death House. The film conceived as the Expendables of the horror genre. Is this what you're talking about? Kane Hodder, Tony Todd, Bill Moseley, Sid Haig. Yeah, Hobo with a Shotgun is cool. I really like that movie. Am I frozen? Okay, I'm back. I froze up for some reason, I think. I don't know. Okay, so it was this one. What was that called? Death House. I've never seen this. Hintoy, have you ever seen this one? Boom Squad, have you ever seen this one? I don't know why I look like I've got a little bit of lag on stream. Looking at my stuff, it looks like all my statistics are fine here in OBS. Let's see. All right, so let's watch this. Death House. The full movie's on YouTube. By the way, if you want to watch it. All right. I don't know why I'm lagging. Don't know why. Let me see if I can figure that out real quick. Because like I said, all my stuff looks like it's running fine over here. Let me close some of these windows I got open. I only have like 355 windows open for no reason. On like 18 different tabs. And that's including other things like DaVinci Resolve is open, Photoshop is open. I'm bad with closing stuff. All right, so maybe we'll run a little bit smoother now. All right, so let's watch the trailer for Death House.
This game, you're not ready for it.
The Death House, established in 1954 under the Eisenhower administration, serves as a federal maximum security prison.
This already looks like it
medical,
sucks.
psychological, and parapsychological research center.
Agent Novak, meet your fellow graduate, Agent Toria Boone.
Welcome to Death House. Does it live up to what you studied?
Ask me again in 12 hours. Some are dosed with just LSD, while others are subjected to
Is that Barbara
electroshock,
Crampton?
sensory deprivation, all to break down the subject's personality.
It is Barbara Crampton.
They've got
What the
some
fuck?
surprises waiting for you and your girl here.
Our goal is to eradicate evil.
I will fuck you in hell.
Did
God.
Sieg ever mention Death House to you? Ever any talk of the 5 evils?
So
I
dumb.
know this house is insane. And I know that you have to be careful.
Don't you have something special lined up to kill everybody inside this hellhole?
Tell me you're both armed.
What about the 5 evils?
You know something. I know everything, Novak.
Red Maid! We gotta find a way up.
I am immortal.
We need to get out of here.
I will
Oh my
follow
God.
you to hell. The way out is not that way. It's down to them. With me.
We forgot to close the elevator shaft.
Are you fucking kidding me? What is that screaming skull thing? You gotta be shitting me. Frank, making me angry all over again. that was so bad. That might be even worse than Stream. Oh my god. Wow. Come on, Kane Hodder. Tony Todd. Barbara Crampton. Come on. Like, I get it. You're getting paid. I get it. But surely you're not getting paid that much to do that. Theatrical release of a Serbian film. Yeah, let's see that re-released into theaters in black and white. Black and chrome edition. Can you imagine? I wonder if that's ever been played like on a big screen like that. In like some like seedy, like shady kind of like theater. You know, where you have to like go and knock on the door and have a secret word that gets you in. And the secret word would be Kane Hodder's not the best Jason Voorhees. And then they let you in. And then you get to see Serbian film in black and chrome. Yeah, don't even get me started on his beard braid. God. Yeah, that's another thing I'll take to the grave. Is Kane Hodder's not my favorite Jason. He's got a cool story. Say $1,550. Is that real? Frank Rambo, please refrain from using foul language. I gotta fix that bot. Oh, you really saw it in San Francisco Film Festival? That's wild. Holy crap. That is crazy. Oh, that's a hell of a story if you saw that in a film festival. Wow. Frank, why are you making the bot mad? Using foul language over here. You guys ready for me to reveal who I think the best Jason Voorhees is? It's none other than C.J. Graham. In my opinion, best Jason Voorhees, because he is in my favorite Friday the 13th film, Friday the 13th, Part 6, Jason Lives. Because, let me tell you guys this. There is no better Friday the 13th movie, in my opinion, than Friday the 13th Part 6 for a couple different reasons. And that is because of this right here. You talk about atmosphere.
From M. Night Shyamalan
This whole concert, it's a trap.
comes a terrifying new experience.
What's going on, Daddy? Can you hold this?
Trap. Rated PG-13, August 2nd.
Oh my God, come on. This opening is one of the best horror film openings of all time.
I don't know how you talked me into this, Tommy. Hell, I must be crazy. You know, if the institution
Kane
ever finds
Hodder's
out
not
about this,
bad.
they
He's
would
just
haul
not
our
the
butts
best.
back in and straitjacket them. Permanent.
Kane Hodder was made to play
between me and
Victor
Jason.
Crowley in
I
Hatchet.
know. But I still don't get the therapy here.
He does incredible in that.
All you need to know is Jason's dead, right? Seeing his corpse ain't gonna stop the hallucinations.
Seeing it won't, but destroying it will. Jason belongs in hell, and I'm gonna see he gets there.
Let's go. This is the best right here. This cemetery, fog, thunderstorm, lanterns. Come on. Cemetery, check. Fog, yep, check.
Okay, there it is, huh?
We got gas can.
There's his grave. Okay, let's go. Wait a second. What? I gotta be sure.
So who's digging up Jason Voorhees? Anybody out there? I'm just saying I would take a peek. Police?
There's his
Come
coffin.
on,
Let's go.
right?
Hand me the crowbar.
You know, we need some maggots.
Hand me the crowbar.
Like,
I got it. I really don't like this.
God, I love this stupid movie so much. Boom Squad. What are you doing right now? Let's go to the cemetery.
Check out these
Oh,
deals of
come
the week
on. Are you
at
kidding me?
Walgreens.
For a 8-minute video.
Where are you going? Hey, what's that for? Ronnie, what are you doing? Oh, shit. Oh, boy. He must have really messed you over. Yeah, fuck you, Jason.
Gas can check. So that shot right there. I have a Japanese Friday the 13th Part 6 poster in a frame in my hallway.
Tommy!
I think that smells like regret, Hit Toy.
Tommy, please! Let's get out of here! My heart can't take any more of this!
Like Jason's little ass tombstone. Oh, come on. Come on. All right, we're back on. Holy crap, we were able to save it somehow. Look at that. So, sick. At least YouTube did not shut me down completely, because I would hate to lose this stream. That would suck. Man, YouTube makes it so hard just to watch things, you know. And that was on like a Joe Blow horror, which is not, you know, like a rights holder, which is insane, you know. I don't understand how all these trailers and all this stuff can be like just uploaded to YouTube and they don't get taken down. But every time we just want to watch a little bit of something. So once they make a Christine movie with a Tesla, I'm out. I'm clocking out. So I will tell you guys this. I don't hate electric cars. I think electric cars are awesome. You know, I love a good old-fashioned muscle car. I don't hate electric cars. I think they're pretty cool. I don't hate Teslas per se. I recognize them for their greatness, but I do think they're extremely overpriced. I think that I used to be a Elon Musk fan probably about 8 years ago, maybe, when he first was like, we're going to Mars. And I was like, that guy's awesome. And then once I found out he's nothing but a giant troll, I was like, yeah, I don't know how much I like Elon Musk anymore. Therefore, it's hard for me to support a, you know, Tesla. But there's sick cars. There's like 3 streets over, right? The houses in my neighborhood go from like working class people to like rich people. I don't live in the rich people section. And there's somebody over there that has a Cybertruck, and it's wrapped with like a maroon wrap. It looks freaking sick though. My wife is like, that thing is so ugly. I'm like, yeah, but come on. Come on. It looks like, you know, it looks like a low-res rendering of something driving down the road, you know. I don't know. So, you guys may be familiar with this, and let me know if you know how this works. I know that some streamers and some people on Patreon, they'll like do watch parties in Discord. Now, I wonder if that is something to where we could watch things that are, I guess, going to get us copyright strikes on YouTube. Have you guys ever done that? Like gone into somebody's Discord and watched like a movie or something like that? I'm looking for ways that we can watch some more gnarly stuff to where it's not always public domain. I just don't know how to do it yet, because I don't have any damn time to really figure it out and research stuff on top of everything else I'm doing. I really can't believe they didn't take the whole stream down though. But I'm glad that they didn't. So I think what I want to do is, for the last little bit of the stream, let's go over to IMDb. Let's talk a little bit about things that are coming out. And I'll tell you guys what some of my channel plans are. For the coming week and beyond, and what, you know, I've got going on. And if you guys have anything that you want to ask me or anything like that, you know, let me know. Give me 1 second. Take this to OnlyFans. Yeah, so, man, if that's the only way, that's what we're going to have to do. But I have seen the watch-alongs. Now, I think the watch-alongs can be cool, but I think, you just got to make sure that everybody has access to the same movie. Whether it's on Tubi or whatever, I have to let everybody know, hey, this is where you can find the movie, and then we all have to press play at the same time. I mean, if this is, what the channel wants to do, then that's what we'll do to watch some more of these, like, copyrighted movies or whatever. I'm game for it, as long as everybody else is. Oh my God, I've been doing that all day. Ever since I got out of that movie, I've been doing that stupid Nick Cage little whiny mumble thing. He's saying, there she is, the birthday girl. I'm not gonna perform for you guys here, but man, I was hitting that spot on when I got out of the movie. All right, let's see. All right, guys, so here we go. So, starting July 13th, which is Saturday, let's see what we got coming out. If you guys want me to stop to check anything out, throw it in the chat. Twisters. Is anybody interested in seeing Twisters? Right here. Is this a remake, do y'all know, or is this like a sequel to Twister? This is a remake, isn't it? Is this a remake? I can't tell. Do y'all know anything about this? Yeah, I think it's a remake. Because it doesn't say anything about, like, picking up. It's literally, like, the same synopsis. It has a 7 out of 10. Remake, okay, yeah. Not interested then. I'll probably watch it if I get really bored and it comes on, like, Netflix or whatever. Something to put on while I'm falling asleep. The gore in Long Legs. So I would say there is two kind of gory scenes, right? Two pretty bloody scenes, maybe. And they're gnarly. Frank, why are you using all that foul language? Hang on a minute. Let me hit up Streamlabs and figure out what it is you're trying to say. Let me see. Hang on a minute. I gotta go in here and on Helen Hunt back in the day. I mean, that's normal, I think. I think a lot of people did, you know. The original Twister movie was solid, man. Like, it was, let me see, word protection. Okay, we'll get rid of that. I don't have enough people in here that are going to be saying, like, racist stuff, so I'm not really worried about having all this word protection right now. But when there's, like, a lot of people in here eventually, and there's just like people typing constantly, then I probably need to go in and put in some like blocks on words and stuff. All right, Frank, resume your vulgar language. So Trap 2024. I've got a video coming out for this one because this is played in front of Maxine. It's played in front of Longlegs. You know the trailer for it. M. Night Shyamalan. He's a very hit or miss guy. But one of the movies in my entire life that has scared me the most, you know, when I was a kid, was an M. Night Shyamalan movie. And that was... Any guessers before I get down to where it's at? Guess I need to go to his actual... This movie right here scared the absolute shit out of me as a kid. I was 13 years old. It scared me at 13. I'd already seen like Friday. I'd already seen Nightmare on Elm Street and all that. This movie right here, scared the crap out of me. Nope, Signs is phenomenal. I really like Signs. But Sixth Sense is the one that scared me. And I don't know why. It just did. Signs is sick though. The Village. That's not right. It didn't come out in 2004, did it? Did The Village come out in 2004? Maybe it did. I thought it was earlier than that. This one I didn't care for. I didn't care for The Village. Old was interesting. Split was cool. Yeah, we could say he's a hit or miss. All right, let's go back. So yeah, I got a video coming out on Trap. Do I consider myself a gore hound? So I love practical effects, just like you guys have been talking about in the chat. Love practical effects, and I love seeing gore, but I do want there to be somewhat of a story there, right? So I think people that are like super into gore, I think they don't care if there's, you know, a story there or not. I still want there to be somewhat of a story, even if it is kind of a dumb story, right? Like I don't watch like torture porn kind of stuff. You know, I do enjoy practical effects though, and gore and stuff like that. And that really is one of the only few things that In a Violent Nature gets right in one scene, maybe two scenes. And as you were asking during the Friday the 13th Part 6 trailer that we're watching, there is nothing remotely close as good in A Violent Nature as in that trailer. It's like what they try to be. Like when Jason Voorhees comes out of the grave and he's decaying like that, that's basically how they modeled Johnny on In a Violent Nature after, and he still doesn't look as good. So this right here I have not seen. Is this solid? Hintoi? Knock the Cabin? Oh, no, I did see this. This is where... No, I did see this movie. I don't think I finished it, though. I started it. Because this is where they knock on the cabin and they tell those people that one of them has to die because of the apocalypse. I need to go back and finish this. I started watching this, and I'm bad for that. Like, I'll start a movie, and then I just won't finish it because I'll fall asleep, because I put horror movies on when I go to sleep. Me and my wife do. And if I fall asleep in the next day, if I don't remember it, it's gone. Very rarely will I go back and watch it. Yeah, I need to finish this. It looked kind of cool. What I saw was a cool premise. So, Frank, I assume that you still haven't watched the full movie of In a Violent Nature yet, have you? Or did you watch it? I don't know why he had the pipe sticking down in his grave. I'm thinking maybe because a breathing apparatus. I have no idea. I was wondering the same thing when I watched it for the first time. And then the second time I watched it, I was just mad that I rented it twice, that I didn't care to find out why he had a pipe there. I rented it once to watch it when it came out on a Friday, and on Amazon Prime, that was $7, I think, $6.99. And I made my video that following week, and in order to get footage, I needed to re-rent the movie to get footage to put in my movie review. And I was pissed. I paid $14 for that shit. Again, it's another one of those movies people are like, it's so great. It's so artsy. And I'm like, nah. Like, I can go to YouTube right now and I can bring up a video that I shot in the mountains with a Steadicam that looks exactly like that movie. And anybody can do it, you know? And that dude, the dude for In a Violent Nature, sorry, I'm ranting again, was nominated for Best Cinematography. I'm like, where? You know? Because all you got to do is put a camera on a gimbal, go walk through the mountains at golden hour, and you're going to get the same look. You're talking about where they threw the rocks, so they probably just shot a couple plates. You know, so what they did is they probably shot him standing over, and then they cut it, and then that's all like CGI. And then they probably put a whatchamacallit down, like a dummy. It was probably a mix of CGI and practical effects. Is Black Summer about vampires? I feel like that sounds familiar. I mean, maybe. The Butcher Man was... Oh, that movie was chocked full of some issues, but I'm going to redeem myself. I just, I don't know, man. I don't understand the things that impress people. And it's maybe just because I'm getting older, or maybe just because I'm grumpy, or like I said, maybe I'm a hater, but I just understand, you know, not only what it goes into making a movie, but I understand, you know, how to get looks and how to get them easily. And it's just like there was nothing in A Violent Nature that was impressive. So, literally right here, this is on my other YouTube channel, walking through the woods with a steady cam. This is 5 years ago. This is all In a Violent Nature was this. Piano goes hard, right? That's all it was this. It's my wife and son. Interstellar shot. But I mean, all it is it's the easiest thing in the world to do. And then call it a horror movie. But it's like if you're doing the reason I'm showing you that is if you're doing the bare minimum as a cinematographer, like it's easy to shoot a movie like that. And that's what I don't understand. And then the guy gets nominated for like best cinematography from the Fangoria Chainsaw Awards. Good for him though. I'm just hating right now is all I'm doing. So I need to stop. So Black Summer is a zombie story. Let me look at it. I don't know if I've... Okay, so it wasn't... Oh, it was a series. Okay. On Netflix. Hey, you recommend this, Hentoy? Is this something I should get into? Because I would like to find a good show that I can just turn on. Finally caught up on 1,000 Pound Sisters. Man, what a wild ride that show is. So me and my wife were looking for something else. This could be it. So, I think Hintoy, you may have been in the chat when I was talking about it, but I appreciate good, or not even good. I appreciate trash reality TV shows, and sort of the reason got into 1,000 Pound Sisters. Gave me something to watch. But now I need something else. So I watched A Violent Nature twice, and I'll probably never watch it again. It's not a rewatchable movie, and it's an interesting point that you brought up, and that's one thing that my wife mentioned today about Longlegs. She said it's not rewatchable, and I honestly think that Maxine does have rewatchability, but maybe watching it once more, right? Maybe watching it again when it comes out on streaming. But a lot of movies nowadays, they don't have rewatchability. You know, like a lot of the older movies that we watch, like we just talking about Friday the 13th Part 6 or, you know, whatever. Like I can sit down and put Reanimator on, you know, and I can watch it over and over again, you know. Sleepaway Camp 1, 2, and 3, right? I don't really go past the third one. I really don't try to go past the first two, but I can sit down and I can rewatch them over and over again. You know, the rewatchability there is just great. Scream, you know, like all of those movies, they don't have that same rewatchability anymore. Love is Blind. You know, I don't know if my wife watched that one or not. But I don't. So there's 6 seasons of this. I would probably watch this. I would probably watch this shit right here. I think that bad reality TV is fun. It's such a spectacle. Reality TV is hilarious because I've shot a little bit of reality TV, and obviously we know reality TV is not reality. We know it's fake. But the funny part is on reality TV is that there's a director, right? And there is kind of writers, right? But when you're on a reality TV set, they're like, okay, now I need you guys to talk about this. Can you talk about the time that that person, I don't know, stole something from you? And then they prompt them with all of these situations and these conversations. They don't let them happen naturally. They're like, hey, on the car ride from point A to point B, I want you guys to talk about this. Or they're like, hey, I really want you to go out of the room and come back in. And when you come in, say this, you know? So reality TV is really funny, especially being on set and watching them film, because it's like, oh my God, you're kidding me that this is how this is shot. Opened my eyes, because the way reality TV is shot versus the way like a narrative film is shot is just they're similar. Like you would think they would be different, but they're very similar. You know, you got your director of photography on a reality TV set setting up lights to make sure the shot looks good, as opposed to just like having a camera and catching shit as it happens. And I'm not even talking about like stuff like this where it looks like well produced. I'm talking about like Pawn Stars and shit like that, or like car restoration shows. So I'm a fan of this one right here. We may have talked about it on stream. This is a great crime thriller, whatever, right here. Killing Them Softly. All right, so I don't want you guys to judge me. So I need you to put in chat right now that you're not going to judge me. And then I'm going to reveal some information to you. And once you guys do that, I'm going to tell you what show my wife got me on, and I was fucking hooked on it. So once you guys do that, I will make the reveal to you. The challenge on MTV, for some reason, got invested in the people, yeah? And I think one of these people on the challenge, I never watched the challenge, but I know what it is. And I think that one of the people that was on the challenge is on the show I'm talking about. I think. But I got into this show hard. Me and my wife, we'd watch, like, she had started watching it, and then I walked in the room one day, and I started watching it, and then I just never stopped until we binge watched the whole damn show. I'm talking about this right here. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Straight dumpster fire. But it's like a car crash. And she got me on this, and I was like, holy shit. I need to call out of work so we can finish Floribama Shore. Like, who needs a job? I've got my Floribama Shore family. Surely they'll help support us when we're living behind Wendy's because I got fired. So, if you want to feel better about yourself while watching other people make themselves look worse, watch this show. Just saying. Yeah, I knew you'd judge me, Frank. I feel so bad now. This is terrible. I hate that I publicly admitted this. One of my favorite movies ever is White Chicks. I'm glad that we're coming together here and we're admitting our faults here. Killing them softly, yeah. The shotgun part, the sawed-off shotgun part is great. This movie is fantastic. You know, I loved everything about it. Loved all the characters. You know, Ray Liotta gets his ass beat in this. I really like this guy, Richard Jenkins, as an actor. He was in something recently that was good. What was he in? I feel like he was in a horror movie. The Shape of Water. I feel like he was in something else. Bone Tomahawk. God, what was he in? I was literally just watching him. Oh, Cabin in the Woods. That's what he was in. I was watching that again the other day. And, listen, you guys heard me talk about this movie here. Let Me In. He's in this movie. So he plays, obviously, he plays in this one. And this one right here is the Chloe Grace Moretz version. This is not the good one. But he's good. You want to watch Let the Right One In, not Let Me In. This is the Americanized version. You want to watch the Swedish version. This is a safe place, yeah. And they do wind up millionaires. And yeah, it does make me feel bad as well. Running Scared. Why does that sound familiar? Sicario is sick. So, Sicario, amazing film. And was this, correct me if I'm wrong, was Roger Deakins the cinematographer on this? I'm pretty sure. Yep, old Raj Deakins. So I don't know how much you guys pay attention to this aspect of the crew. You know, I know you guys pay attention to how movies look and stuff like that, like the cinematography. But cinematographers by name, Roger Deakins is one of my favorite. He's obviously a really, really popular one. You know, he did Sicario. He's done one of my favorite movies of all time, No Country for Old Men. He did Skyfall, Blade Runner 2049, and he works with the Coen brothers a lot. Like, he did 1917. He did Prisoners, True Grit. He did Fargo. Let me see here. Fargo also being one of my, up there in my favorite movies. This movie is just phenomenal. I love Fargo. Another crime thriller, but this kind of falls in the category of comedy, right? Yeah, the dinner scene. Trying to think of some more good crime thrillers off the top of my head. So, Heat. I'm sure you guys are familiar with Heat. Solid, right? I really enjoy Heat from 1995. Here's another one of my favorites. Like I'm a Martin Scorsese fan. Casino. Sharon Stone, Joe Pesci, Robert De Niro, Old Bobby, Marty Scorsese, Nicholas Pileggi. So there's a book. Called. Damn it, I brought this up before in chat. On stream. The Departed is sick. The Departed. Geez, what's it called? The Town. I don't know if I saw Dragged Across Concrete. I need to watch this. Yeah, I've heard about this because I remember Mel Gibson being in it. Vince Vaughn, Jennifer Carpenter. Yeah, I need to watch this. Yeah, I need to check this out. I think I talked about it before, but this book here is solid. And if you like learning about the mob, this book, Murder Machine, is really, really good. And if you like crime and you like thriller, because this is a true story, the rise and fall of the Gambino family, responsible for up to 200 murders, and how the legal system finally caught them. And it talks about the DeMeo gang, most deadly killers the mafia has ever known. So it's a book that tells the true story of all that. And it is absolutely insane because it has talks about how they would murder people, right? And with that, they had a method called the Gemini method or something like that. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. And let me see if I can find it. All right, check this out. Where's something that's not going to be... All right. So check this out. So this guy right here, Roy DeMeo, claimed he was responsible for 200 mob murders, right? So I always thought it would be awesome to make a horror movie based on this guy, right? So less of a crime thriller, more of like a horror film. But so Gemini came from a dumpy Brooklyn watering hole called the Gemini Lounge. The method bit, well, that was the dismemberment of mobsters who had fallen afoul of the Gambino crime family. So they had this lounge called the Gemini Lounge, and they had a specific way of killing people that, you know, they wanted to disappear. And let me see, talks about it in here, maybe. Cops put at least 75 deaths and disappearances down to DeMeo's bloodthirsty crew, but others have said the tally might be more than 200. DeMeo's main business, though, was the theft of luxury cars. Let me see if it... Everybody knew that the Gemini Lounge was a house of horrors. Don't go in there, you might not come out. He could be having a conversation with you, then all of a sudden one little thing would set him off. That talks about how... Okay, here we go. A typical bit of business would be to invite the victim to an apartment next to the Gemini for a sit-down. The minute they walked in, the wise guy would be shot in the head with a gun, equipped with a silencer. Somebody would wrap a towel around their head to stop the blood, and somebody would stab in the heart to stop the blood from pumping. The killers wearing only underwear would then drag the departed into a shower to bleed them out using a pool liner in the living room. The team would then get down to their macabre business by taking him apart and packaging him. And then they would throw him in the landfill. So this talks about obviously what they did, right? And I think this is really interesting to read about his son. So if you read that book, Murder Machine, it details everything that this just talked about. You know, it talks about the true story and all that. And then his son came out with a book, Roy DeMeo Jr., called The Sins of My Father, that I've also read. And it is his true account of being raised by a mafia boss, essentially. Yeah, the Iceman, too. I wish that movie would have been better. The one that they came out about the Iceman. What was that movie? It was called Iceman, wasn't it? With Michael Shannon. Yeah, I wish this movie would have been better. Richard Kuklinski. It's not that it was bad, but I used to be big into like mob history and learning about it just because it's super fascinating. Like I said, I've always liked true crime, and this movie is nowhere near as gnarly as Richard Kuklinski's actual story, which normally they amp things up for Hollywood, but this one, it seems like they toned it down, and I don't know why. Devil All the Time. I feel like I've seen that. No, I've seen the trailer for this, but I've never watched it. So IMDb says it's a crime drama thriller. Is this solid? Hintoy? Sinister characters converge around a young man devoted to protecting those he loves in a post-war backwoods town teeming with corruption and brutality. I would say it is. So, Black Mass, I also thought could have been better. Black Mass, that's the one with Johnny Depp, right? That one, yeah. Benedict Cumberbatch. This one could have been better, too. Whitey Bulger. I think that, again, this wasn't a bad movie, but I think that once you start reading the books, like the books I was telling you about, and you start, I don't know if you have or not, but just speaking, you know, in generalities, once you start really like reading into the mob and stuff, the more you watch these movies, you see sort of the holes, and you see like it's filmed really cool. Like all of this right here in this trailer looks awesome, but it's weird that they don't make these people look as sinister as they are. You figure they would amp it up, but everything that you read online of like personal accounts and in these books and stuff, it's just like they make them look so much crazier than these movies depict them. I really hope Johnny Depp like does something cool before he's just done with acting. Like, what is this man working on right now? Upcoming Carnival at the End of Days. He plays Satan. I mean, maybe this will be cool. What is this even about? Comedy and fantasy. God, disappointed with what's gone down on planet Earth, wants to wipe out humanity, and the only one who wants to save them is Satan, who convinces God that 2 young people he found are the new Adam and Eve. I just want him to do something cool. Obviously, I'm a big Pirates fan. Pirates of the Caribbean, or the Caribbean, depending on where you're located in the world. These movies are just so much fun. I love them. But I want to see him do something like I would like to see like a Sleepy Hollow movie again from him. Public Enemies was cool. Sweeney Todd, that was all right. And of course, you know, there's the heavy hitters, right? I really liked Secret Window back in the day. That was solid and had a good twist. I used to love Blow. That's another good crime movie.